Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are LA.
Welcome to Fox Sports Young Fans Week. We got the Fan Express behind us, and this is the Laguna Beach Boys and Girls Club as we get ready for Game 3 between the Angels and the Houston Astros. Guys, who do you guys want to see today?
And guys, I don't blame you. 15 home runs in his last 25 games. He's one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball. He's going to make that All-Star team the way he's swinging the bat.
Well, Albert's certainly swinging the bat well. There's another guy who's swinging the bat as well. Who else are you here to see?
Hey, I don't blame him either. Take a look at our AT&T Universe Rewind. He hit his 100th career home run against his club, the Houston Astros, down there in Houston, having a fantastic season. The MVP last year, having another MVP-type season. Look from the deal again today.
Left-hander Andrew Heaney making his Angels debut. Lance McCullers, the rookie right-hander, going for the Houston Astros. Hey, can we get a Let's Go Angels in the count of 3? 1, 2, 3.
Let's go Angels!
We're going to bring you the lineups in the first pitch when we return.
Angels baseball is brought to you by CarMax. Start the search for your next car at CarMax. CarMax, start here. By Jack in the Box. Taste the new black pepper cheeseburger today, only at Jack in the Box. And by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Special here on this Wednesday afternoon, wrapping up this three-game set against a division-leading Houston Astros. The Angels, with the loss last night, dropped a game in the standings and now trail the Astros by 5.5 games. Houston leading the West with a 42-31 record. The Angels, after the game yesterday, optioned out Alfredo Marte, the outfielder, back down to AAA, and this morning we found out why. That young man right there, Andrew Heaney, making his Angels debut. Matt Shoemaker is scheduled to get the start today. He gets pushed back a couple of days. We'll see how that plays out for Shoe, as well as the rest of the rotation. We'll talk a little bit more about Andrew here in just a little bit. Let's take a look at A.J. Hinch's starting lineup for the Astros. George Springer getting the day off today, so Jose Altuve will lead things off. He'll play second. Carlos Correa at short. Preston Tucker gets the start at left. Evan Gattis at DH. Colby Rasmussen center field. Chris Carter at first. Luis Valbuena, he of the multi-homer game last night, is at third base. Domingo Santana in right, and Jason Castro had the night off last night, is back behind the plate. Taking on the 24-year-old left-hander, native of Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. The Angels acquired him in the offseason from the Dodgers. It's left-hander Andrew Heaney.
Andrew Heaney's fastball is 89 to 94. He has a slider, changeup, occasional cut fastball. The big thing, key for me today from Andrew Heaney to be successful is arm side fastball, changeup combo. Very important against all these right-handed batters. Doesn't show enough fastballs in, but that little two-seam fastball and changeup away. He keeps the ball in the ballpark generally. Get a lot of ground ball action. Should be a lot of ground ball action. You need to in a day game here at the Big A.
Let's check out the defense behind Heaney. You have Matt Joyce in left, Mike Trout in center, Cole Calhoun in right. The infield has Kyle Kibitz and Eric Ibar on the left side, so David Freese gets the day off. Johnny Giamatello and Efren Navarro on the right side. Albert serving as a DH, and Chris Sidnett is behind the plate.
I mentioned Heaney gets a lot of ground ball action. Kyle Kibitz should be very active at third base. His 8th career start at that position. We know how strong his arm is. It's going to be important to be able to come in on some slow rolls or potential bunts put down by this very good Astro lineup.
Andrew Heaney, of course, we mentioned coming over from the Dodgers. It was a quick trade, really. It was 2 trades that occurred. The Dodgers and the Miami Marlins last year worked out a deal. Austin Barnes, Chris Hatcher, Enrique Hernandez, along with Heaney in exchange for D. Gordon, Dan Harrod, and Miguel Rojas going to the Marlins. And then the Dodgers flipped Heaney in exchange for Howie Kendrick. He has pitched here. He pitched in the Freeway Series against the Dodgers. This was some time ago in a completely different situation here, facing a team, the Houston Astros, that while the numbers may be down average-wise, power, we have seen it, is certainly there. They lead the world, as Mike Scioscia says, in home runs, and they lead in runs scored as well, especially after the 13-run barrage last night.
And Heaney is well aware of the fact that, obviously with the conversation with Mike Butcher, this Astro lineup is very aggressive, which could play into his favor.
Jose Altuve hitting .287. It's 2 balls and 1 strike. 5 home runs, 29 runs batted in. This is the spot we've grown accustomed to seeing Altuve in the leadoff spot. But Springer's been taking over that job over the last 3+ weeks. This is pulled to short. 1 hopper to Eric Ibar. 1 down.
Let's look at our T-Mobile game changers. Carlos Correa coming to the plate. This is the new age of great young shortstops coming up to the majors. You got Lindor and Addison Russell, who's eventually going to move over the shortstop. He's been playing second base for the Chicago Cubs, and we'll kind of touch base on what similarities between these 3 very talented young shortstops coming up to the majors to compare them what we used to see back in the 90s. The 3 great shortstops that came up at that point. A lot of obviously pressure on those 3, and same with these 3 coming to the big leagues.
Correa looks at a strike. 308 with 4 home runs and 11 runs batted in. Homered yesterday off C.J. Wilson. It was in his 2nd inning at bat. Fell a triple shy of the cycle. Ended up going 3 for 6 with 4 runs batted in. Here's the 1-1. This is popped up. First base side. Navarro dealing with that sunshine, calling for it. 2 outs.
I was talking a little bit ago about that generation in the past where we saw the great young shortstop group of Derek Jeter, Alex Rodriguez, Nomar Garcia-Parra. A lot of fanfare with those three when they came up, all very, very good. Basically almost at the exact same year. Then you have the same thing going right now with this three core of young shortstops that not only can play their defense at shortstop, but dynamic on the offensive side.
Addison Russell currently playing second base, but a shortstop by trade. Francisco Lindor, very special player.
He's already made some unbelievable plays defensively.
Even Corey Seager, Dodgers farmhand, Kyle Seager's brother. They figured that he might eventually just become a third baseman, but he is a shortstop. So you're right. I mean, it's a nice little analogy there, going back to the time when those shortstops were coming up. And even in Derek Jeter, and that triumvirate right there was other guys. Ray Ordonez, Alex Gonzalez, Pokey Reese with the Cincinnati Reds. There was a number of guys that came up all of a sudden. That young talented short. Preston Tucker grounds one over to second. Gianatella on to Navarro. The 1-2-3 for Andrew Heaney in his Angels debut. Well, to the bottom of the first, Gianatella, Calhoun, and Trout coming up for the Angels. Lineup for the Angels, game number 73, and an even 536-36. Gianatella, Calhoun, and Trout in the top third of the order. Pujols, we mentioned, serving as a DH. Ibar and then Joyce and left. The middle third, Navarro, Iannetta, and Kyle Kubica rounding out the starting nine for the Angels. They're taking on the 22-year-old right-hander, native of Tampa, Florida, and the son of a former big leaguer. His name is Lance McCullers.
McCullers got a power fastball, 92 to 97, curveball, changeup. It's anywhere between 88 and 90 miles an hour. The keys against McCullers today is make him work, make him throw some pitches out over the plate, use his inexperience against him, especially when you get into certain accounts. You look for a zone, maybe he makes a mistake, overthrows his curveball or fastball. That's when you jump on those mistakes.
Johnny Gianatella ready to lead things off, hitting .269. 1 for 5 game yesterday. His first hit of the series. It was a double in the ninth inning that brought in a run. The first one in for a strike. Colors making his 8th major league start. It's 1 ball, 1 strike. 40 in the third innings, just 28 hits allowed, 46 strikeouts for McCullers. Highly touted prospect, right-hander with good stuff. The best curveball in the organization after last season. 2-1.
It's that hard curveball, but his changeup is very good too. 88 to 90, sometimes 91 mile an hour changeup. Almost like King Felix with Seattle. Power changeup.
Chopper to the right side. It's Jose Altuve on 2 hops. Made it very interesting. And there's the first out. Astros defensively today have Tucker, Rasmussen, Santana in the outfield. Valbuena, Correa, Altuve, and Carter from third to first. Castro behind the plate.
Tucker out in left field. Plays a very shallow left field. No errors in 32 games in that position. Got a good throwing arm also, but his ability to take away that little flare in the left field and also very comfortable going back on a fly ball makes him a solid left fielder.
Cole hitting .263 with 6 home runs and 32 runs batted in. Going 1 for 3 yesterday. Astros had 16 hits last night. The Angels had 11, but just managed 3 runs. 2-0. Colors a supplemental first-round pick in 2012 out of high school in Tampa. Same draft that the Astros took Carlos Correa, #1 overall. And the reason they were able to afford McCullers is because they essentially signed Correa to a bonus that was $3 million under slot value for the #1 overall pick. Strike 3-1, so they took that extra savings, took a flyer on McCullers, who had already committed to go to the University of Florida. Gave him the signing bonus, so they got 2 pretty good guys in that first round.
I would think so.
3-1. And that is ripped to right field, headed to the corner. This one will one-hop and go into the seats. It's a double. Cole picks up his 10th double.
I mean, that go-tos really make them work. You got yourself in a good fastball count, even though it's a very good fastball. At least you know that's the pitch you're going to be able to attack, and that's what Cole did. Fastball, they kind of had looked good running action, but ran out over the middle of the plate. And Cole did not miss that. Doubles. And that right field seats. 10th double of the season for Cole Calhoun. Now Mike Trout is a man in scoring position. Nice play by a fan down there. Pretty excited about getting that baseball.
First extra base hit for Cole since June the 12th when he homered. Trout will take one upstairs. His first double since June the 9th. Halos last night 2 for 6 with men in scoring position.
#3 hitters against McCullers this year, hitting .421, 8 for 19. Reason why I say that, because not many other parts in the lineup have had success against McCullers at all.
Nice play by a young fan. There's plenty of them here today.
Yeah, she brought her glove, excited.
Telling the world now.
Yep. That's how you make a play.
1-2 on Trout. Pujols on deck.
That's such a cool view to be able to see the game where a camera was. Well, especially as a fan, you can see, especially with someone with the velocity like McCullers has in the fastball, how quick you have to react as a hitter to make contact.
And the comfort of having the net in front of him. Foul ball. Count remains at a ball and 2 strikes.
How quick that baseball gets on you. The time you have to react as a hitter, it's amazing. Still think it's the most difficult thing to do in sports, hitting the baseball.
Breaking ball, fouled off. Count remains at 1 ball, 2 strikes.
That fan brought a glove, did not make the play.
Got to take notes from the little one down the line.
Yes, she did it perfect.
2. They try to keep Cole close to the bag at second. A 1-out double for Calhoun. Fastball away. Evens up the count.
So far, McCullers has only given up 1 home run in 40 1/3 innings pitched. You consider pitching in Minute Maid Park too. That's very impressive. He's actually hit 3 batters. So 3-to-1 ratio as far as home run to hitting batters.
2-2. That's foul tipped into the mitt. 2 down.
Hyundai key for this game to be successful against the McCullers. Come to a G unit. Want to get to know you. Know your tendencies. Know what counts you're going to throw your fastball. Know what counts you're going to throw the breakable or changeup. Is very important to have success against a guy with a power arm like McCullers has. Open base. You wonder how much he's going to challenge Pujols with his fastball, even though he has a good one.
Fastball upstairs, and it misses for ball 1. Albert hitting .277. 23 bombs, 47 runs batted in.
Well, the way Albert's swinging the bat, if he just makes good contact with this power fastball in a day game here, baseball can go a long, long way.
Albert last night 1 for 2. Way inside. Two balls and no strikes. Conversation with Castro and McCullers. His dad played from 85 to 92 in the big leagues. 4 seasons with the Padres, 2 with the Yankees, 1 each with the Tigers and Rangers. Third one. Lance McCuller fans here.
Yes.
Breaking ball.
I thought that's what he would throw 2-0 when that quick conversation between him and Castro out to the mound. Knowing that Albert's going to be looking fastball. 3-1 count, very similar to what we saw against Cole Calhoun. Albert looking for a fastball now.
Question is he going to get it? He got it. It's popped up behind the plate. Castro will make the catch, and that is the 3rd out of the inning. A 1-out double, stranded in scoring position. We will head to the 2nd with no score.
And coming up late in the game, we'll check out the big news from around the majors on the Carl's Jr. Sports Update. Maybe the final game for a very good lefty for the Fightin' Phils. And the pitcher up in Toronto pulling a Max Scherzer again. See how that turned out. Very similar numbers. Back-to-back games for this right-hander from Toronto.
And Scherzer's supposed to go when? Friday, you said?
Yeah.
It's the Phillies?
Yep. He might get pushed back a couple days to work out some mechanical issues, though, maybe.
You think so?
Yeah, probably.
You can only hope, right?
Yes.
Evan Gattis leading things off. He's a DH. And he pops it up. Efren Navarro makes the catch. One down. Hey, folks, come celebrate Christmas in June when the Angels take on the Mariners at 7:05. That is on Friday. Fans in attendance will receive an Angels ornament courtesy of Sungevity. Get your tickets at the stadium box office or online.
You going to be able to sleep tomorrow night?
No, it'd be like Christmas Eve to Christmas morning. Yeah.
Yes.
No, I'll sleep. I'll sleep well. Christmas in June, after all.
But it's halfway there. A little over halfway there at that point.
I don't get geeked up about that kind of stuff. Not like you. I mean, I like Christmas. But you're like, on December 26th, you're looking at the calendar already. Rasmus, the skies went to shallow center and Ibar drifting out. 2 outs.
Yeah, as soon as I take down the Halloween decorations, I'm already sneaking out some Christmas decorations.
Right.
Although I do get a lot of grief from the family. But each day I sneak a few things out all the way up till Thanksgiving. Then it's over.
You think it's overkill on your part? I mean, deep down, you
know what?
I know you get into it.
That's the way my mom was like that,
right?
And my brothers are the same way.
Yeah,
it's crazy. Yeah, I love it.
That's cool.
Yeah,
I like that whole fall period. Once you get into like mid-November, Thanksgiving, that whole time period.
Yeah, I like that too. Just happen to have some Christmas decorations to go up along with it.
Nothing wrong with that. As Carter fouls this one back, and it's no balls and 2 strikes. Carter hitting .203, 12 home runs and 35 runs batted in. This one's punched out to right field. That ball's got some serious carry. Cole back to the wall. He'll make the catch. Took him all the way to the warning track. And Andrew Heaney has faced 6, and he's retired all 6.
That's great power. Carter going the other way, but a nice defensive play by Cole Calhoun. Runs it down.
Remind you that you can join us for movie night here at the Big A after the Angels take on the Mariners Saturday, and that's a 4:15 start. After the game, fans will be allowed on the outfield grass to watch our featured presentation of Finding Nemo. For more info and to purchase tickets, visit angels.com/promotions.
That should be a lot of fun. Family enjoy that. Great movie.
Ibar, Joyce, and Navarro here to face Lance McCullers, who had a strikeout and a hit allowed in the first.
One thing you've noticed already when you're watching this game, and McCullers does not shy away from pitching inside to both lefties and righties. Already 3-2-0 counts. But you get back into account when you're throwing 94 to 97 with movement.
Bunt on the third base side. Valbuena barehands it off balance throw and safe at first base. Valbuena didn't get a whole lot on that throw. He got to it very quickly, but it goes an infield base hit.
Got rid of it quickly. Also, A.J. Hinch is going to look at that. They may indeed check that. No, looks like they're satisfied with the call.
Second hit. McCullers is allowed. And we'll bring up Matt Joyce, getting to start today in left field. 182 with 4 home runs and 18 runs batted in.
Like just got the foot in just before Carter was able to secure that low throw.
Joyce last night, the DH, going 0 for 4. Breaking ball gets Joyce for the first out.
It's that nasty curveball. Down and in.
One out, one on, and it's Efren Navarro up. Efren had himself a 3-hit game last night. He was batting in the number 9 spot, also picked up 2 runs batted in.
Not a bad guy to put a hit and run on with, too, the way he handles the bat.
Way outside. Orioles just haven't done much of that this year. Granted, lack of having guys on and then not the right guy at the plate certainly plays into that.
This is a guy that certainly puts the ball in play a lot of times on the ground.
3-hit game last night for Efren, his second of his big league career, both coming this year.
4-2-0 counts in this game already for McCullers. Can be erratic, especially when he drops his elbow down, whether it's on his fastball or curveball.
Remember his dad as a pitcher?
Yes. Very competitive himself. You can see that in him, just the way he throws the baseball. And when he's in the full windup, kind of reminds you a little bit of Max Scherzer with bringing the glove over the head. You don't see a lot of pitchers doing that much anymore. It's always that compact delivery. But the reason why you do that, not only gain a little more power because you can drive towards the plate, you also create some deception because you're throwing that arm up there, the leg, glove. All those things come into play. Then you try to react and see a fastball at 97. Very difficult is for a hitter.
Back up the middle. Correa was positioned perfectly, fires to first base, and he throws it wildly. They had a double play ready to end the inning, but Correa throws it wildly to Chris Carter. And so Navarro will reach on the fielder's choice. McCullers went down, but the ball didn't hit him.
And he had time, Correa, and the slide, just enough of the slide to be able to disrupt the throw. And Carter just missed it. The throw almost had a chance to get a double play. It was just not caught by Carter. He looked like the footwork got him.
There's no error on the play because you cannot assume a double play.
And you see how many extra pitches he may throw now because of that play that should have been made and finished off that inning.
Here's Sinetta, looks at a strike. Behind the plate today, hitting 181. 3 home runs, 14 runs batted in. One for two a couple of nights ago with a single and a walk. No balls, 2 strikes.
That is a really good curveball. 84-mile-an-hour curveball from McCullers. Range and speed so far. 98 to 83. 83 being his curveball. His changeup, mentioned earlier. 88 to 91 on his changeup. Power changeup.
Two balls, 2 strikes.
So minimum extra 5 pitches thrown now for McCullers because that double play was not turned. A lot of room in left center field for Iannetta. Especially if McCullers throws something off speed that he can hit that way.
They wanted to peel it first, and he went around. Bill Welke rings up Iannetta. It's a 3rd strikeout of the game for McCullers. 2 complete here at the Big A. We're still scoreless. The finale of this 3-game set between the Angels and the Houston Astros. We walk into our broadcast booth, and it's our pleasure to welcome in none other than Jeff Fletcher of the Orange County Register, kind enough to join us. And I know the one thing that's starting to heat up a little bit, and I know the Angel fans have talked, well, gosh, now for about 2 months now about trying to acquire something. But overall, the hot stove, if you will, of in-season trades starting to percolate now, and it seems like teams are starting to talk about position players as well as pitchers. Where do the Angels fall into that? What have you heard?
Well, I think a real interesting thing is this guy pitching right here, Andrew Heaney, because if he's probably going to get 2 starts here in the next week. And if he does really well in both of these, it makes it a lot easier for the Angels to say, all right, we could move somebody like, Hector Santiago or C.J. Wilson. I'm not sure that they'd probably like to be able to keep all those guys. But if you really want to get an impact bat, they don't want to trade Sean Newcomb, obviously. So then you're looking at, who can we have available? And I think the better Heaney does, the better position the Angels are going to be in.
Base hit for Val Buena to lead off this 3rd inning, the first base runner that Heaney has allowed. That being said, just on the heels of that, could this be a showcase for Andrew Heaney?
I don't think that's why he's here. I don't think they called him up, to showcase him. But I think he was the best guy to make the start for today. And, if it happens to work out that they showcase him and people like him, I still don't think the Angels would want to trade him. But it certainly helps the Angels' position if he does well, and then maybe they can think about, now we have 6 starters.
Yeah, Fletch, I mean, the conversation has always been about getting that extra bat, but what about the thought process of maybe getting an extra arm for the rotation at some point? Because that's, there's a little bit of question marks as far as that right now.
Well, there's certainly no team is a perfect team, and you can always make yourself better any way you add a better player than one you have. And certainly there are starters out there who would be better than, at least one of the 5 guys the Angels have. But I think that they feel like they don't have a whole lot of assets to trade. And their first option, I think, is probably to improve the offense. And, if they get down to the wire and all of a sudden there's some team that's like in love with one of the Angels' young players that has a pitcher to trade, maybe you do that. But I don't think that's really what they're planning right now.
Do you get the inclination that the Angels are trying to find the right fit as far as whatever that position player may be?
Yeah, I mean, they really want a left-handed bat, somebody who can play left field or DH. Those are really the areas that they have a need right now. And there's probably only like 4 teams that are really out of it right now that are selling. So you look around those teams, you got guys like Adam Lind, Ben Revere, and Josh Reddick from Oakland would be nice. I don't think they really want to trade him. Ben Zobrist obviously would work from Oakland, but I'm not sure if that would work really either. But they need to get somebody that could hit left-handed and go and play one of those positions.
Yeah, Fletch, we've been talking about what Albert has done of late. I mean, historic numbers for him, some of his best swings we've seen in years. When you go down there and ask whether it's Mike Scioscia or anyone in the front office, Jerry DiPoto, these are perfect times for Albert Pujols. How important it is to be able to get him some protection behind him at this point to make sure he keeps that swing together and doesn't start swinging pitches out of the zone because they're pitching around him.
Yeah, I think he actually is swinging at pitches out of the zone a little bit right now because you see he's really not walking very much, which is kind of strange considering how well he's been hitting the ball and who's batting behind him. I think he is kind of at the point in his career now and with the way the lineup is where he says, you know what, I'm going to swing at balls outside a little bit and I can drive them and I can do some damage rather than just taking a walk and letting the next guy do it. But there is going to be a certain point where they're just going to not even give him that chance. They're going to intentionally walk, and then you would like to have somebody else.
Jason Castro rolls into the 4-6-3 twin killing. Would you like to stick around or are you done?
I can hang if you want.
You can hang? You don't have the game story to write?
Nah.
Now we're heading to the bottom of the 3rd with no scores. Vitello and Calhoun coming up for the Angels to face Lance McCullers, who has thrown 38 pitches. He has struck down 3 and allowed 2 hits. The Angels had an opportunity, the first against McCullers, but left a man in scoring position. Jeff Fletcher of the Orange County Register joining us, still sticking around here. He's going to write his game story a little bit later on. But I want to ask you about this Houston Astros team, because I know everyone talks about whether or not they can sustain this. Now, granted, the rest of the division has not played up to par or whatever that number may be, whether it's the Angels, the Athletics, the Rangers. The Rangers actually played, I think, better than what they were expected. And the Seattle Mariners. Can A.J. Hinch and this ball club sustain this? I know they certainly have the depth to go out and make whatever trades that they want.
Yeah, I mean, that's, first of all, if you get to this point in the season and you're where you are, you know, you've shown something. It's not just a fluke to be this good. Now, they might not continue to be quite this good. I think they're playing about 580 baseball or something like that. And I don't know if they can keep that up all year, but they can stay pretty good. Plus, they have a lot of prospects, and they can make a trade. They could get like Scott Kazmir. They could get Cole Hamels. Wouldn't shock me if they do that. And then all of a sudden, you're looking at a different team.
Yeah, real quick, when you look at this team, you have Carlos Correa, their shortstop. Some of the young talent. Have you seen it at a time at all in baseball? You've covered baseball for a long time, where there's so much young talent that makes such an impact with their clubs.
Yeah, I mean, I think part of it is just sort of the era that we live in, and we know a lot more about these guys before they get to the majors. And the day Carlos Correa shows up in the majors, everybody expects him to be a star. So I think that maybe there was a lot of young talent earlier, but we just didn't realize how good they were until actually they'd been playing at the majors for a little while. It's like, oh, wow, look how good Ken Griffey Jr. is. He's a bad example. But other years that there have been lots of good young players, but now we know about them before they get here. We have high expectations for them. Everybody talks about them. There's also the whole Super 2 situation, so there's this calendar watch with these guys. And you watch, okay, now they're all going to start coming up. It's past May 25th or whatever. So I think that adds to a whole level of interest in these guys.
The reverse is true as well. That back in the day, that prospects were overhyped without all of the information that was out there, and a lot of teams got sold a bill of goods, and things didn't work out because of that as well. So it's interesting that you pointed out, because there is any number of resources out there that follows not only the minor leagues, but the collegiate level, the high school level, the perfect game situations with the prospects at the high school level. It's all out there now that everyone kind of knows what these kids are capable of doing.
I think also what's happened is, as we've gotten away from the PED era, now, at the age the players are making a lot more money, they're not performing as well. So you want to get the young guys up there and get as much out of them as you can on their way up on the age scale.
You think too much emphasis, Altuve puts this one away for round number 2, is put on that Super 2, that clock on young players? And I ask that just from the standpoint of, prospects are suspects, right, until they do something at the major league level. They either get you to where you're going, or they get you the players that are going to help you get you where you're going. So if you're talking about a dollar figure that's here or there, Chris Bryant's a perfect example of that. If he's going to produce at a high level, you're going to pay him regardless, whether it's a year earlier or otherwise. Do you take that chance? If the Cubs missed the playoffs by 1 game because Chris Bryant wasn't in the big leagues, and that's just one example, but in general, do you roll that dice? Is it worth it?
Well, I think that the Chris Bryant situation was a little different, because that wasn't really a Super 2 thing they were talking about. That was a whole year of service time.
Right.
So you're talking about actually having him under control for a whole extra year, which does make a big difference, as opposed to just whether, you're still going to have Carlos Correa for the same amount of service time, whether he came up April 30th or May 30th, but the difference is how much you're going to have to pay him. And if that's the case, I don't think you worry about that kind of thing, because who knows how good these guys are going to be, and you're talking about, 6 years down the line.
Yeah, Fletch, because of the parity in baseball, you think that's the reason why the trade market, we do hear some names here and there, you think that's the reason why, big reason why nothing has really happened yet? I know we got the trade deadline coming up, but usually there is some trades right around this time.
Well, I think the second wild card has made a big difference, because now all of a sudden there's this whole extra way to get in the playoffs, and a lot of teams that we think, are out of it, they look at that second wild card and they go, well, maybe I'm not out of it, maybe I don't want to trade anybody yet, maybe I'm still looking to add. So I think it might actually be a decent idea for them to move the trading deadline back to, maybe August 10th or August 15th, because then you'll have more teams will have a firmer idea of whether they're in or out of it and whether they can make a trade.
Does that affect the amount of playing time that it does affect the amount of playing time they would get as far as experience at the minor league level prior to going into next year? Now it's a short season anyways. As you're just basically saying, it's just shortened up even a little bit more so.
Yeah, I mean, I just think that, right now, July 31st, we're talking about the trading deadline. And, there's a lot of teams that don't know if they're in or out on July 31st. If you move it back, maybe you get some more trades going after that.
2-out walk issued by Lance McCullers, his first of the ball game. And the question I just asked you was in relation to what I had in my head, not necessarily what you were saying, because I was thinking about the draft.
Doobie and I already moved on to something else.
I know. I was amazed by this 4-pitch walk here by McCullers with 2 outs, so it kind of threw me for a loop there. But I know a lot of talk. I was going to ask you about the draft and the international stuff that's going on too, because the international signing bonus period's coming up. But in general, as far as the draft is concerned with young players, that's one thing that's been talked about quite a bit as far as whether there's an international draft and so on and so forth. I kind of wanted to get your take on that and how Major League Baseball and Rob Manfred looks at things now compared to what Bud Selig used to think about.
I think that they do want to have an international draft because it doesn't make sense that if you're a kid from New Jersey, like this guy, and you can only sign for, $1.8 million or whatever the heck it was he got. But if you're the same talent and you're from the Dominican Republic, you can sign for whatever Yohan Moncada signed for with $60 million or something like that. That's just not a fair system to anybody. So I think they would like to have an international draft, and I don't know, it's going to be really difficult logistically to pull that off because there's different rules in every country, and I think that's where they want to go. And I think probably the players would like that too, because if you're a major league player, you don't want to see a lot of money. You want to see as little money as possible going to amateur guys and as much going to the guys who are in the majors right now.
I think there's ever going to be a possibility of trades being made from draft picks ever in baseball like we see in other sports?
I think they should be. I don't really understand why they're not. I mean, if you're you're the team that's got the #1 pick and you had a really bad year last year and all of a sudden you're pretty good, and you think, well, geez, if we could trade our draft pick and we could get somebody that could help us right now to maybe make a push rather than just taking a chance on a drafted kid, I think that would be good, and it would open up all kinds of options for teams. I think it would be interesting.
Astros a perfect example. Would have 4 picks in the early round of this year's draft, so it's just one of those things that it seems like another bullet point on the agenda for the Players Association of Major League Baseball as we start getting closer and closer to negotiating an extension on the collective bargaining agreement. I think that ends after next year, right?
Yeah.
Or at least it's scheduled to end at that point. It seems like it's just more point and counterpoint. Now you've got a whole new regime, too, and Rob Manfred, Bob Moe, Tony Petitti, and the way they look at things versus the way Bud Selig and everyone else used to look at it with Tony Clark and the Players Association.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting. I think that the players would probably like to get a little shorter schedule to get some more off days. And, I don't know that the owners would go for that because they like selling a lot of tickets. But I think that might be kind of a bargaining chip somewhere that the owners go, all right, we'll give you guys the shorter schedule, but you have to give us X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, if they did that, would they mean instead of that short 5-game series, a divisional series, would they expand that and go to a 7-game series in the playoffs?
It's possible they could do that. I think mainly the reason the players would want to do it is just to get some more off days because the travel is really hard. And, 162 games in 183 days is pretty rough.
Trout strikes out swinging. That'll do it for the Angels here in the third. Jeff Fletcher, we appreciate it as always.
Thanks, guys.
Start working on that international draft stuff. We're headed to the fourth with no storm. Lance McCullers, two young pitchers. Nice little battle here. He's thrown a total of 24 pitches. He's faced a minimum 9. He got that double play ball off the bat of Jason Castro to finish off the third. So he'll face Altuve, Correa, and Tucker here in the fourth. Our thanks, as always, to Jeff Fletcher for joining us with the Orange County Register. Always good stuff.
Great information.
Easy going cat.
Got a great relationship with the players, the front office, Mike Scioscia, the entire staff.
Altuve 0 for 1 with a ground ball to short.
It's that good changeup he has. He's faced 10 batters in this game so far. Andrew Heaney at 8 first pitch strikes. Well, the importance that second time through versus this Astro lineup for Heaney. These guys have never faced him before at the major league level. Always advantage to the pitcher. It's a good arm side fastball that he has and throws it downstairs right at the knees, outside corner.
This one out to right. Cole Calhoun is there. 1 away.
And now it's time for Tools of the Trade, brought to you by Ram Trucks. We're going to take a look at a split screen between two very good hitters. One being a young one, Carlos Correa, how he stands a little bit further up on the plate and through the baseball. More of a loop swing, but the connection's out of the front. A little longer stride for Pujols, but the connection, the exact same spot on the plate. More of a straight path through the baseball for Pujols. More of a loop swing for Correa. Starts further back to the plate. Very similar as far as their contact point. That's why so special.
Correa popped out to Navarro in the first. One base runner against Heaney is singled by Valbuena, leading off the third inning.
He's just looking at that split screen again. I mean, you think about where Correa, he's a little bit further up on the plate, shorter stride, but the connection point between him and Pujols is very, very similar.
Caught the inside corner.
You know you have to have super quick hands when you're up in that batter's box dealing with a firm fastball.
And into the seats. Hopefully that didn't get anybody. Got in there quickly.
He has that stride. He's up in the front part of the plate, but just a short stride, and boy, he creates that good whip action with the bat. A lot of times you think you can expose him with fastballs in.
That's a called strike 3. John Hirschbeck rings it up. 2 down.
The reason why I say that, because you're in a little bit of a loop. You have to be super quick, because otherwise pitchers will pitch you inside around the hands and stay inside. And Heaney senses he can get a fastball in, throws that fastball at the knees, framed well by Chris Iannetta to get the call.
First strikeout for Heaney. This one back to the mound. Heaney's got it. And a 1-2-3 inning. Tucker got jammed on that one. We'll head to the bottom of the fourth. Pujols, Ivar, and Joyce coming up with no score.
Of the fourth, I'm Alex Curry, and Fox Sports West is proud to welcome all the kids from the Boys and Girls Club from Laguna Beach for Fox Sports Young Fan Week, where the Fox Sports Fan Express buses are going to be bringing over 1,000 kids to ballparks all across the country this week. Victor Gooby, you guys were with them during the pregame, but kids, are you guys having a good time now that you're here? It's a great day at the park, Victor.
Yeah, it is. They were great outside in our open.
No, they were fun.
Yeah.
Having a good old time.
Tons of kids here. Mostly in the shade upstairs. Scoreless game. Poole, Sybar, and Joyce. Using Lance McCullers. McCullers has allowed 2 hits. Double to Calhoun in the first, a single to Ibar in the second. That was a bunt base hit. He has struck out 5. Albert popped out in foul territory in the first. Three balls and no strikes.
Got to have the green light here, looking for that one mistake fastball. Give the Halos a lead here with 1 swing.
And there's ball 4. Trying to get him to chase a fastball up. Second walk issued by McCullers. And it'll bring up Ibar.
So far, 59 pitches thrown. 28 of them, though, out of the strike zone. It's a 1-to-1 ratio as far as strikes to ball so far for McCullers. Good movement on his pitches. At this point, the Angels have to take advantage of his inconsistencies in the strike zone.
Is that effectively wild?
Especially because you haven't seen him that first time through, but now you're going your second time through. You can look, for a fastball or a pitch out of the zone first pitch, but then center in on a fastball when you're ahead and drive it. Though he's pitched inside enough to make you uncomfortable. Some up and in fastballs.
John Hirschbeck checking on Ibar, making sure he's all right. An 0-2 count. Eric laid down a perfect bunt. His first at bat at the third base line. Picking up that single.
He's ahead of the count 0-2. He likes to throw his curveball to get a swing and miss.
There it is. 1 down. Strikeout number 6 for McCullers.
It starts almost around the belt and ends up hitting the dirt. That's a hard, sharp curveball. Pitch before that, threw him a changeup, had Ibar out in front, pulled that one foul.
His career high is 11. This is his 8th big league start. Did that against Baltimore on June the 3rd. Joyce flares one out to left field. That's a base hit. Elevated pitch. It'll work. First and second with 1 out. I knew that McCullers would rack up some strikeouts because he's done it already this year. So go back and see that swing.
All speed off the end of the bat. It's like a couple shots we saw at Chambers Bay trying to get close to the green.
Yeah, right. That for Navarre, reach on a fielder's choice in the second. Breaking ball upstairs.
And throwing with a breaking ball too, especially the way the defense is set up in the outfield. See Tucker right around there, and you got Rasmus out in shallow left center field. Tucker almost playing on the line and shallow in left. A lot of room in right center field, and if he pulls the ball, that's why it's unusual to throw off speed at that point. This is his 7th count this game, which he's been behind 2-0.
But still, just at 65 pitches. You would think that pitch count would be up there, especially with the strikeouts. There's 3-0. That one almost got away from Castro.
See that action he has on the fastball when he drops his elbow. That creates the illusion that the pitch is actually rising through the strike zone.
First time today in which the Angels have had multiple base runners on board against McCullers. This is the second time with a man in scoring position. Cole had a double, one out in the first, and was stranded there. Pujols at second, Joyce at first. And there's ball 4. So they're loaded up now for Chris Iannetta.
We talked a little bit earlier when Garrett Richards pitched about that spin rate on the fastball. McCullers certainly have to have tremendous spin rate on his fastball, especially when he drops his elbow, the baseball off the fingertips, and creating that upward action, the illusion of a rising fastball through the strike zone.
He's been impressive, that's for sure. He may not be a Mark Gubicza, but he is kind of a drop and drive guy.
Yeah.
Collapses that back leg.
Yeah, and a lot of times when your father pitched in the big leagues, that conversation's always been about using your lower half of your body. You're a big, strong guy that can drive towards the plate. That's how you stay strong. And that was always the big reason why, in my opinion, Nolan Ryan maintained his velocity on his fastball all the way up to his mid-40s, because of the importance of using the lower half of his body, how he worked out, how he ran, to keep that lower part of his body so strong, and the way he drove towards the plate. Same thing with Tom Seaver.
Infield back, looking for the double play ball to get out of the inning. 0-1 count. Chris, a strikeout victim in the second. Halos this season at .356 average with the bases loaded with a couple of slams. 1-1.
Go back to my Hyundai key for this game. Want to get to know you. Second time through. Know his tendencies. Know what pitches he's going to throw in certain counts. And this is a very important bat for Mike Scioscia and the Angels with Chris Iannetta. On a 1-1 count, you have to look for patterns. Look for a fastball. You have to get that fly ball to at least score 1 run here.
Outfield shallow. Iannetta hits one out to left field. Tucker back and now comes in. He'll make the catch. Albert tagging. Looks like he's going to come in to score, and it's 1-0 Angels. Sac fly for Iannetta as he picks up his 15th RBI.
Even though Tucker went back and came in on the baseball, he still looked like he caught that flat foot. It didn't have all the momentum going forward as far as his throw to the plate. Good job by Chris Iannetta getting that fly ball and scoring Albert Pujols the first run of the game. Slides in. RBI number 15 for Chris Iannetta. Well done by Chris.
First and second and 2 outs. Kyle Kibitz at the plate. Kyle a strikeout victim in the third. Kyle came in batting .240 with 1 RBI. Fouls out. It's 0-2. Still looking for that first extra base hit at the major league level. This is low. Colors had to work here. Lead off walk. 2 base on balls in the inning. He's trying to limit it to just 1 run allowed. Kibitsa batting in the 9th spot today. Started 3rd. David Freese with the day off. Angels have an off day tomorrow before the Seattle Mariners come to town Friday night. 2-2. 3 finals in baseball. Check that. 4 finals now. Everything else later on tonight. Breaking ball, and that missed. McCullers thought it was an outside corner breaking ball.
Yeah, it looks like it was just off the outside corner to our box tracks. Trying to bring that one back, but it's off the outside corner.
Runners go, and this is back up the middle, but right where Correa's out. Positioned perfectly, it's the 3rd out. The Angels do get on the board, and the sac fly by Aneta will head to the 5th. 1-0 Angels. With an EPA estimate 31 highway miles per gallon. Visit Jeep.com for more information. And by AT&T Uverse. More live TV channels on the go than cable. 1-0 Angels here in the 5th inning on a glorious afternoon for baseball here in this business person special, wrapping up this 3-game set. The rubber game of the series. Angels took game 1 Monday. Astros certainly answered back in grand fashion last night. Chris Sinetta giving Andrew Heaney a 1-0 lead. So Heaney back to work here to face Gaddis, Rasmussen, Carter. He's thrown just 35 pitches, 25 for strikes, 1 punch out, 1 hit.
Good. He's had a good live fastball today. Good deception. been more under control than when I saw, especially in spring training, with his slider. Staying within his mechanics, not overthrowing.
Bounce over to third. Kubica has it. High throw. Effort keeps the foot on the bag. One down. This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the Los Angeles Angels and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Angels Baseball LP. Colby Rasmus getting to start in center this afternoon with Springer not in the lineup.
Good feel for the breaking ball. All speed has been solid for Andrew Heaney. And able to throw that breaking ball close to the strike zone to get swings. Now you can expand the strike zone if you want to throw another slider off the plate.
Rasmus popped down his first time up. Into the shift. Bobbled by Giamatella, and that will allow Rasmus to score. Or pardon me, to end up at first base. Sorry. Looked like there was an indecision there on the part of Giamatella.
Didn't really necessarily look the baseball into the glove. A little different bounce, obviously, from the dirt as compared to playing in that outfield grass for him.
Seventh there, committed by Giamatella. One on, one out. Here's Chris Carter. One ball, no strikes. Heaney down to AAA this year, allowed a boatload of hits, 95 hits in 78 and 2/3 innings. A .298 batting average against it. Right-handers really have hit him well down at AAA. A .320 batting average compared to lefties hitting .227. He's coming off a stretch of games, 5 starts to be exact, the last 5, which his ERA was close to 8 over those 5 starts, but he has certainly looked really comfortable this afternoon here.
He's got a good pace, aggressive. I mentioned the pitch count. He said 44, 31 of them strikes.
One ball, 2 strikes. Carter, a fly ball to deep right in the second. That's the ball that Cole tracked down on the track.
That's why I think an off-speed pitch, whether it's his changeup going down and away or a slider on basically on the dirt, you get a swing and miss here. So that's a dangerous spot against Carter. That fastball had a little cutting action. Lower half of the strike zone, just below it. That's his swing. That's his spot where he can do some damage. Got to be careful in that spot.
Still a 2-ball, 2-strike count. Later tonight, Oakland will be at Texas, Kansas City, and Seattle. Carter takes a called strike, 3, 2 down. Second strikeout for the lefty.
Good fastball. Good velocity on that fastball, inner half of the plate. Some looking. Now it's time for In the Driver's Seat, brought to you by Kia. Valbuena has been very hot this season as far as the long ball. 4th career multi-home run game last night. He's got 3 of them this season.
Valbuena with a single is 1 for 1.
He's the only one that has the hit in the game so far against Heaney. But it's amazing, he's had 4 multi-home run games in his career, 3 of them this season. At the batting average now getting closer to that 200 mark, but 19 home runs. Very effective pitch count. 15 pitches so far in this inning, just 50 thrown in the game. 2 outs here in the 5th.
Time was called by Valbuena. Couple of home runs last night. Both no doubters to right. Came in batting 195 with those 19 home runs. Three RBI game, ended up going 3 for 5.
It's one of the few times where Heaney has guided it as all-speed pitch through his delivery. The speed itself got him out in front, but you want to try to keep that same arm slot with your curveball. I should say your slider, your changeup, and fastball.
1-2. Missed upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Missed by a lot.
Two. Valbuena loops one out to right field. His second hit of the game. Rasmus will turn and head to third. So Heaney will deal with runners at the corners now. The 2 hits allowed belong to Valbuena.
A number of extra pitches thrown because he could have been through this inning already. Breaking ball that didn't get exactly where Chris Iannetta wanted to have that breaking ball. And a lot of the plate, inner half of the plate against a lefty. When you're a lefty pitcher against a lefty hitter, you want to get that one down and away. Very difficult to pull a pitch when you locate it down and away against a lefty.
Domingo Santana hit a fly ball to center field in the 3rd inning. One ball, 1 strike. Well, they got a photographer right on the top of the head there. The Angels dugout.
Yeah, hope he's all right. Yeah, jeez.
One ball, 1 strike with 2 outs. 1-0 Angels. 2-1.
Just missing off that inside corner.
Santana, another big rip at that high fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Multi-hit game last night, going 2 for 5, an RBI.
And what we've seen in this series so far, he prefers pitches that are elevated.
Astros last night 6 for 16 with men in scoring position. 8 for 19 in the series. 2-2. Lifted out to right. Playable for Cole Calhoun. Heaney gets into a little trouble, works out of it. We will head to the bottom of the 5th. The Angels maintaining a 1-0 lead.
And Estrada flirts with a no-no again today. Back-to-back starts for Estrada. Had a perfect game going. And what a play this was. This is in the 8th inning, the first out of the 8th inning with a perfect game still in order. Josh Donaldson, what an amazing catch. You talk about position players loving the fact that the pitcher's got a perfect game going. Look what you do to keep that perfect game going. What a play. Eventually Estrada lost the perfect game in the 8th inning. Back-to-back games in which he took a no-hitter deep in the games. 7 innings last time out, 1 hit. 8 2/3 today, 2 hits. Amazing effort.
Love that smile of Donaldson. And he made the catch.
That is an unbelievable play and effort, diving into the stands. I'll tell you what, pitchers love, when they're going through those roles like that, but the position players, they just want that baseball hit their way to make that outstanding play, and that certainly was an amazing play by Donaldson.
I'll admit I don't. I wouldn't want to hit me.
No.
Perfect game late? No.
Let the other guy make the play.
Giamatello retired for the first out.
Hey, way to go, way to go. Go that way. Let's put the shift on. Let's put like 7 guys on that one side of the field.
You're getting in your prep step and you're thinking to yourself, don't hit it to me, don't hit it to me, don't hit it to me. Giamatello for 3 with that ground out. That'll bring up Cole Calhoun.
It always seems to be one of those amazing plays when you have it, preserving a no-hitter or even a perfect game. I still remember that game in Chicago with Burley on the mound and Wise in the outfield, jumps over the wall, catches it, fumbles it, and falls down and makes the play in left center field.
It's crazy. That catch by Dwayne Wise was ridiculous. That was to end the game, too, right?
Even last year, Zimmerman had a no-hitter going to Souza Jr. made a diving catch in the outfield grass.
Valbuena coming down the line, calling for it. Makes the catch for the second out. Cole with a double, a walk, and now a pop-up. 1 for 2. They'll bring up Trout. Trout 0 for 2 with a couple of strikeouts. And, Jeff Fletcher was here when we wrapped up that third inning. As soon as Fletch left, I looked at you and I said, Trouty's strikeouts are starting to come in bunches here all of a sudden. Done a nice job all season long, but the hitters go through stretches, and hopefully it's just a short-lived stretch for Trout. Behind in the count at 0-1.
And they've pitched him well in the series, the Astros.
6 strikeouts from McCullers, 3 walks. That hit him. Fourth time Trout's been hit by a pitch this year.
Runs a fastball in, gets in the tricep area.
It's the 8th batter that McCullers has hit. This is his 8th big league start.
He does like to pitch inside. That's the 4th.
Check 4th, pardon me. McHugh has hit 7. Next in line.
But still, that's only 45 innings pitched. That's pitching inside.
A lot. Yeah, squared up Trout. These are the situations where you want Albert to try to make it hurt for McCullers. Just a 1-0 game here in the 5th.
The thing is, that was 92. That could have even been his changeup. His changeup is in the low 90s. Not that 92 feels that much better than 95.
Yeah, psychologically, doesn't
tell
sting
yourself,
as much because it was a changeup.
Hey, I'm all right. It was a changeup. But it was 92. But yeah, it was a changeup.
Ground ball to third. Valbuena knocks it down. Fires to second. They force out Trout. And that'll do it for the Angels here in the 5th. We'll head to the 6th inning. 1-0. Angels on top.
Over game summary. Battle of some good young pitchers. McCullers with a good fastball. He had it work. Good breaking ball. Also curveball has been nasty. But Andrew Heaney has been a little bit better. His command of his fastball, 92, 93. Great location. Good balance. Only run of the game. Driven in by Chris Iannetta. Second time through. Looked for a pitch. Got a pitch up and drove in. Albert Pujols with the only run of the game.
Andrew Heaney, his Angels debut, has gone 5 innings. He has struck out 2 and allowed 2 hits, both singles to Luis Valbuena. Heaney's thrown a total of 59 pitches. Was extended in the 5th inning, having to throw 24. Largely in part because of the error by Johnny Giavotella. Otherwise, it would have been a 1-2-3 5th. 9-1-2, Castro, Altuve, and Correa here in the 6th inning. Jason Castro, a double play ball in the third. He's 0 for 1. I don't think he went around. He did. James Hoy agrees with me.
I agree with you too.
One ball, one strike. Just joining us, Andrew Heaney announcing the starter for the Angels this morning. The Angels made a move last night as Alfredo Marte was set down. Caught quite a few people by surprise.
He does have a very good deceptive delivery. Hides the baseball well, throws across the body just slightly to be able to create that illusion and not being able to see the baseball. But that's the one thing the Angels have tried to work with. When he first came over in the trade, threw a little bit more so across his body. More difficult to get to that same arm slot you pull across your body. But because it's shortening up that stride and opening up enough, his arm angle has been much more consistent.
Castro goes down swinging. Iannetta will throw down to first base to complete the strikeout, and there's the first down.
Yeah, maintained very good balance on that slider. And keeping that front shoulder in, throwing and not throwing quite across his body. Hiding the baseball, throwing the glove. As a hitter, you don't see that baseball out of his hand until the last minute, and that good snap action on his slider. He's much better, more consistent with his arm angle.
Jose Altuve is 0 for 2 with a ground ball to short and a fly to right. Missed it. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left on for Houston. 1 run, 3 hits, an error, and 6 left on for the Angels. Back up the middle. It's a single for Altuve.
He almost was able to field that ground ball up the middle.
That's the 3rd hit for Altuve in this series.
As soon as he delivered the baseball in pretty good fielding position, just missed that one.
So 1 out and 1 on, and Carlos Correa, the shortstop, at the plate. 0 for 2. A pop-up and a strikeout. Altuve takes off. Iannetta misses the baseball. And he goes to the backstop.
That was a strike.
And Chris completely missed the baseball. Now there goes a stolen base.
He tried to get him quick on the transfer, but that pitch was right along the outside part of the plate. He's setting up inside. You can see the location according to our Fox tracks. But it's going to be difficult, extremely difficult for an umpire to call that one a strike. Just try to be too quick on the transfer, unable to catch that. Now Altuve in scoring position.
Two balls, no strikes.
One thing you have to keep an eye on, Altuve loves to try to steal third.
Ibar moving to his left a little bit, trying to keep him as close as possible.
You got to vary your look back to second.
He started to go, but nobody was cutting in.
I said he loves to try to steal third. He varied to look, and he saw him. He was going. Now, as second baseman Giavitelli, you can show the glove. That means you spin around as a pitcher and fire to second. You got to try to keep him close.
Two balls, no strikes on Correa. And that is driven out to left field. Going back on his joints. That is over his head. Altuve will easily score. Correa on his way to second. It's an RBI double. We're tied at 1. Correa's 12th run batted in.
6th double. See how quick he is, going to go back inside with a fastball again. This was down and in, though. Matt Joyce took a step in initially. Ball carried over his head for a double for Correa. Baseball just jumps off his bat.
Preston Tucker takes a breaking ball, though. He's 0 for 2. A ground out and a soft liner back to the mound. Check swing foul. One tie here in the 6th inning. Single by Altuve, then double by Correa. .73 pitches thrown by Heaney, 3 punch outs, no walks. One ball, 2 strikes. Tucker, 24 years of age, also a Tampa, Florida native.
His brother drafted by the Astros.
University of Florida product. 7th round pick. 2012. Two balls and 2 strikes.
It's interesting when you think about when certain organizations go heavy as far as drafting in certain regions. See that a lot. A lot of Florida players.
Yeah.
For the Houston Astros.
And he strikes out swinging on the high fastball, 2 down.
Moves upstairs with a fastball, 89. Swing and miss. Aggressive swing. Didn't shorten up that swing, Tucker did on that high fastball. Unable to make contact.
It'll walk Gaddis here with Rasmus on deck. The Angels start getting some action in their bullpen. Trevor Gott getting ready. And there's ball 4. So the first walk of the game was an intentional one. We'll put 2 on for Rasmus. Rasmus 0 for 2 with a pop-up and an error that he reached on in the 5th inning. That was Giavatello. Johnny's 7th error of the year. No damage, though. So Correa at second and Gaddis at first. That was the first 3-ball walk that Heaney has had today. That was because of the intentional walk. Rasmus is swinging a miss. Rasmus looking for that first pitch fastball in. Likes to turn on that pitch.
That's where his power is, on the inner half of the plate.
Oh, 2.
Now you got to anticipate, if you're Matt Joyce, that Andrew Heaney's going to throw another breaking ball down and away. So you have to maybe come in a step or two to take away a potential flare, not the left field.
Down goes Rasmus as Heaney works out of it. He does give up the run on the double by Correa. We will head to the bottom of the 6th inning in a 1-1 game. The quarterfinals as China squares off against Alex Morgan and Team USA in a winner go-home matchup for both teams. Coverage begins at 4 p.m. Pacific on your local Fox station, and catch the whole tournament streaming live on Fox Sports Go.
They certainly have been looking good. A tough match against China, though.
Lance McCullers delivers a strike on Ibar. He'll be followed by Matt Joyce and an effort Navarre in a 1-1 game here in the 6th. Eric, an infield base hit, a bunt base hit in the 2nd, a strikeout in the 4th. '85 pitches thrown by McCullers. 6 punch outs, 3 walks. The run scoring for the Angels in the 4th on a sac fly by Chris Iannetta. Two balls and 2 strikes. McCullers 2-2, and Ibar takes low. That was the breaking ball that got Eric his last at bat.
That's a pretty good pitch too. Trying to get on, especially with that speed. It gives Socha some options what he may do next. Look at Alfredo go, picking it.
Fouled off. Matt Joyce on deck. Chopper up the third base side. Valbuena gloves it, but it's a single for Ibar. Leadoff man on for the Angels.
Just putting the ball in play. We saw that a lot up in Oakland with Billy Burns. Just putting the ball in play, utilizing your speed, especially how far off the base Valbuena is playing as a third baseman against Eric Ibar.
Valbuena in on the grass at third base. Joyce at a single in the fourth inning. It's 1 for 2 and he takes outside. Houston's got action in their bullpen now with McCullers at 92 pitches. Lefty Tony Sipp getting ready. Heaney may be done. Just continue action in their bullpen.
A very solid 6 innings for Andrew Heaney.
Two balls and no strikes.
Another 2-0 count. 8th time for McCullers in this game. Falling behind.
Strike on the inside corner. A bit of a delayed call there by Hirschbeck. 2-1. And for Navarro on deck. Ibar with a pretty good lead at first. Joyce hits one back up the middle. Correa to the backhand's only place to first. So 1 out. Ibar into scoring position. Folks, the Angels will welcome the rival New York Yankees to the Big A for a 3-game series beginning on Monday at 7:05. Purchase your tickets at the stadium box office or online. Before the Yankees come to town, the Seattle Mariners in town for a 3-game set beginning Friday night. 7:05 start Friday, 4:15 start on Saturday, and then the usual 12:35 start Sunday afternoon.
Yankees just 1 game back behind the Tampa Bay Rays. Yankees won today. Tampa ended up losing 1-0 in 12 innings to Toronto.
Fielder's choice at a walk for Navarro. 0 for 1. Sipp is ready to go in the pen if needed. Breaking ball in there. Turned out to be a pretty good matchup between the 24-year-old Andrew Heaney and 22-year-old Lance McCullers Jr. That's lifted out to center. Rasmus playing shallow, has to drift back on it. Ivor now going to tag. And catch is made. The throw is offline. There are 2 outs with the man at third.
Hit well by effort in center field. This was going back on the baseball. Good decision by Eric Ibar. Originally was drifting off the base and went back and tagged up. Support because one of those breaking balls from McCullers in the dirt can result in the go-ahead run.
Iannetta 0 for 1 with a strikeout and a sac fly. Picked up his 15th RBI in the 4th inning. So the fastball right down the pipe. Two and one, or pardon me, 1-1. 2 outs. In the 7th inning, Houston has Carter, Valbuena, and Santana coming up. That's 6, 7, and 8. Looks like Gott's coming in. That is the case. And nice debut for Andrew Heaney. 6 solid. 1-1. 2 balls and a strike.
McCullers didn't exactly follow through on that fastball. 101 pitches now thrown, 55 strikes, 46 out of the strike zone. Still only 4 hits allowed.
Three and one. Kyle Kibitsa waits on deck. Ibar standing at third base. Time was called. Looked like Ibar thought that McCullers maybe moved a little bit, or a little bit of a flinch anyway.
So the Dodgers won a game recently on a walk-off balk against Texas.
3-2. Popped up behind the plate. Castro makes the catch and almost runs into Eric Ibar. That's the 3rd out. The Angels leave a man stranded at third. We'll head to the 7th in a 1-1 game. deliver inspired performance. By Mercury Insurance, on a mission to save you money. Log on to mercuryinsurance.com to get a fast, free quote and see how much you can save. And by Hyundai. Great deals on amazing cars are going on now at your Hyundai dealer. Visit buyhyundai.com today. Top of the 7th here on this Business Person Special, the rubber game of the series. A 1-1 game. Andrew Heaney is done after 6 innings in his Angels debut. Allowed 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk. It was an intentional one to Gaddis. And 1 run. So in and out, who's in, who's out. Trevor Gott takes over on the mound for him. Gott pitched in Monday's game through a total of 12 pitches.
Really like what I saw from Andrew Heaney today. A couple times plays in the field not quite made for him, but still kept his composure, threw the ball exceptionally well in 6 very good innings. Andrew Heaney, good fastball today also. His slider, good command of that one. His changeup was good also.
Chris Carter, Luis Valbuena, and Domingo Santana. 6, 7, and 8 for Houston here in the 7th. Overthrown slider, first pitch, and it's a 1-0 count. 4 hits for each team. Carlos Correa tying it up in the 6th inning with a double that scored Altuve. 2 balls and no strikes. 6th big league game for Gott. Right after with a fastball.
Real good life on his fastball at 97.
Carter 0 for 2 with a fly ball to right and a strikeout looking. Jammed him, broke it back, rolled her to first. Got covered, 1 down. We're going to get the upcoming schedule for the Angels, brought to you by Honda. Mentioned 3 against Seattle, 3 against New York.
And that long road trip to end the first half, the so-called first half before the All-Star break.
All-Star game in Cincinnati 3 weeks from yesterday. Great American Ballpark.
See Edgar Martinez, the new hitting coach for Seattle, coming in this weekend.
Hojo, Howard Johnson being reassigned to the minor leagues. Valbuena with a couple of hits today, 2 singles.
That ballpark in Cincinnati is a very good hitter-friendly ballpark. Baseball flies out of there,
especially in the summertime. On the river, looking out over to Covington, Kentucky. A lot of Skyline chili is going to be consumed in about 3 weeks.
Oh yeah.
Hopefully that ballpark's ready.
There could be some baseballs flying in that yard that night.
Valbuena lifts one out to left center field. Trout racing back, still going back, and will make the catch on the Trout. Valbuena vying for his 3rd home run of the series. Has this one caught on the track.
We talked about Mike Trout playing a little more shallow than normal, going back on the baseball. Well, he did a nice job as far as going back and tracking this baseball. You can see exactly where he is. He's playing shallow, even more so the pole. Back quickly on that baseball, runs it down just in front of the wall. Valbuena said, hey, nice play. I'm sure he's got some nice things to say to Mike Trout now for making that play.
1-0 count on Santana. 0 for 2 with a fly ball to center and 1 to right. The Angels in the bottom of the 7th inning have Kubica, Giavotella, and Calhoun coming up. Looks like Will Harris, the righty, is getting ready. He pitched Monday. 2 balls, 1 strike. Had a chance to make the All-Star team. Sub-1 ERA.
And the emphasis on winning the game. You see a lot more relievers and setup men making the All-Star game now.
Two balls and 2 strikes. Trevor Guy continues to impress. And strikes out Santana on a 1-2-3 inning. 7th inning stretch time. Here's the Big A, still tied at 1. Bottom of the 7th inning, a 1-1 game. Mentioned his credentials as a possible All-Star. 4-0, .80 earned run average. This is his 29th game. 33 and 2/3 innings, just 10 hits, and he has struck out 37.
And only 9 walks. Very good whip. Fastball, 90-94. Curveball, changeup.
There are 14 pitches in Monday's game. Kyle Kibitz will lead things off. Not a bad outing for McCullers either. 6 innings, 4 hits, struck out 6, walked 3, allowed a run.
He's very impressive.
Kyle Kibitz, the third baseman this afternoon, 0 for 2. Strikeout in the 3rd inning, a ground out in the 4th. This was lifted out to left field. Preston Tucker is there. 1 out. Leadoff man and second baseman Johnny Giavotella. 0 for 3 game. Giovitello pulls a single to left. Potential go-ahead run is on board. Cole Calhoun.
Look at Giovitello's swing on the inner half of the plate, but this pitch kind of drifted out over the plate, knee high, and Giovitello got the bat head out, base hit in the left field. It's the 11th hit that Harris has allowed this entire season in 34 innings pitched. Has given up 3 home runs. Cronus is hitting 190.92 for that hit against Harris.
Cole with a double, a walk, and a pop-up. Three infielders on the right side with Cole at the plate. Play the outfield shallow in all 3 spots, but really Tucker and Rasmus extremely shallow at left and center respectively.
And Cole has some pretty good power to left center field. When he stays back on the baseball, and if it's a elevated fastball, he can drive that ball very well that way.
Out toward right center field, playable for Santana. Off the end of the bat, 2 down. So to bring up Trout, he's hit by a pitch in the 5th. Goes by the colors. Might go for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Looks at a strike.
Borderline fastball at 94 away.
Evens up the count. Angels offense just has not been able to get it going. Go back to that Friday game in Oakland. Helped out, of course, by that 8-run 7th inning, picking up the win there. But prior to that, they'd scored 2 runs in that game. And since that point, the Angels have scored a total of 11 runs in those 5 games since. Giovitello takes off, and Trout flares one into foul territory. Carter can't get there. So it'll be strike 2. The Angels with 11 runs, including today, in the last 5 games.
It's been a while for Trout to square up a baseball, get it out of the ballpark. Last home run, June 12th. Trout.
Breaking ball to the dirt. Nice block by Castro. Two upstairs. Full count, so Giovitello will get the head start here. Pujols on deck. Trout fouls it back.
Pretty good pitch to drive. The middle part of the plate was upper part of the strike zone. Gets something up in the air here, the way it carries so well in the day. Could give the Angels a 2-run lead.
1-1 tie here, the 7th. Johnny takes off again. A breaking ball is outside. It's a walk, so Albert will get an opportunity. With 2 on and 2 outs. Joe Smith has been loosening for the Angels. He'll be pitching the 8th inning. Albert 0 for 2. Pop up and a fielder's choice. Also walked and scored in the 4th. One 1-0. Albert 543 career home runs. 5 shy, tying Mike Schmidt, the 15th all time. He's currently 14th all time in extra base hits with 1,130. Tris Speaker up next with 1,131. 1-0. It's in there, 1-1.
And painted the outside corner. Boy, it's fun when you have a career like Albert. You just see and hear the names he's going to catch and pass by. The all-time list.
Two and 1. Staying away from him.
Basically forcing Albert to be over aggressive. And to get him to swing at something out of the strike zone.
Two-one pitch. Fastball in there. Albert thought maybe that pitch a little bit down. It's 2-2. Impressive thing for Albert as he's been on this terrific month of June. This being his 22nd this month. 4 strikeouts this month. Two now. Breaking ball low, and it's a full count. Runners will get a head start here. Gimatella from second, Trout from first.
Now a base hit in the outfield could potentially score you 2 runs with Trout's speed. Able to get that jump head start. It's either going to be a fastball, try to paint the outside corner at the knees, or come back with another breaking ball.
Runners go. Fastball fouled back, and he expanded the zone there.
Yeah, there's still, even though it's first and second, there still is an open base. Hopefully Albert's okay on that swing. Adam Neville and Mike Scioscia coming out.
Wonder if maybe he spiked himself on the swing or follow through.
See if we see anything here.
Yeah.
His ankle.
Gamesmanship. Wants you to believe that he hurt himself.
Yeah, let me try to sneak something inside.
Lifted out to deep right field. That ball's hit well. Rasmussen Santana at the wall makes the catch. Gave it a ride, Doobie. On a Wednesday afternoon, we were hoping.
I thought he got it. I thought he got it.
The 8th, that means Joe Smith is taking the hill for your Halos. I'm Patrick O'Neill. Stick around after this game. No flipping. Hoping for a happy Angels Live post-game show. Jose Mota will join me, Alex Curry, with all the interviews. We'll spend some considerable time talking about the Angels' debut of Andrew Heaney, who looked like a legitimate big leaguer out here today, didn't he, in those great 6 innings? Also has a legitimate big league sense of humor. I think he has the tweet of the year. At least he gets my vote. When he was traded from Miami to the Dodgers for 5 hours, he sent out this tweet thanking the Dodgers for a memorable run. Quality 5 hours that he spent with the team. Hashtag thanks for the memories. Had over 7,000 favorites, over 6,000 retweets. So he should fit in quite nicely with this Angels clubhouse. Victor and Mark, back to you.
Patrick, we appreciate it as always. He did have a fantastic outing. 1 run, 6 innings, 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 intentional walk in his Angels debut. Trevor Gott pitched a scoreless 7th inning, and now Joe Smith here in the 8th. 9-1-2 coming up for the Astros, and Castro, Altuve, and Correa. Second time that Joe's pitched in this series. The other was Monday, went 2/3 of an inning, gave up 2 runs on 3 hits, in which the Angels eventually won, and Houston Street picked up the victory. Castro, the catcher, 0 for 2. A ground ball, double play in the 3rd inning, and a strikeout in the 6th. Navarro has it for the first out. Brings up Jose Altuve, second baseman, 1 for 3 with a single. This one pulled foul just wide of the bag. Houston with 4 hits, the Angels with 5. Halos took a 1-0 lead in the 4th. A couple of walks by McCullers. The bases loaded. Chris Inetta with a sac fly. Houston tied it in the 6th. Single and a stolen base by Altuve, and then the double by Correa. Ibar gets rid of it quickly, and the speedy Altuve for the second out. Nice
what a play.
Good
play by Eric. And now it's time for the top tier play of the game, brought to you by Arco. The reason why we are tied at 1. Carlos Correa got a pitch down and over the head of Matt Joyce. A double, scoring Altuve. He singled and stole, got into scoring position, but the young phenom with a big RBI double, tying the game up at 1.
Correa went around, offered at that pitch, and it's 0-1 count. 1 for 3 with that double. 6th of the year. The RBI is 12th. This was smashed to Johnny Giavatello. And a 1-2-3 inning for Joe Smith. We'll head to the bottom of the 8th. Ibar, Joyce, and Navarro coming up for the Angels in a 1-1 game. Fans Week here at the Big A. And there's a lot of them here today.
Seeing a well-pitched game. Looking for some offense here now.
Tony Sipp takes over on the mound, the lefty. Replaces Will Harris. The 29th game, a 2-3 record, and a 2.73 ERA. Harris went 1 inning and gave up a hit and a walk and nothing more.
And Sipp, fastball, 87 to 93, slider, changeup. And the Angels, just like with Qualls, have had success against Sipp. Sipp 1-1 with an ERA 5.79 in his career versus the Angels.
Eric Ibar to lead things off. Eric, a 2-hit game, one of which was a bunt base hit, the other an infield single. He's on the Billy Burns path to success. Fouls the first one back. Ted Robertson has come out to the on-deck circle. He'd be pinch hitting for Matt Joyce. Corner infielders in for Houston. Houston continues action in their bullpen. Pat Neshek getting ready. Has not seen action in the series yet. 1 ball, 2 strikes now on Eric Ibar. Eric strikes out swinging for the first out. So Robertson pinch hitting here for Joyce. Ninth game with the Angels. 3 for 14 with a couple of runs batted in. Halos picking him up in the offseason with the trade to Texas Rangers. Robertson was the one that laid down that safety squeeze in the Monday contest and scored Ibar from third to give the Angels their margin of victory. One 0 on the way. It was down low. Robertson originally drafted by the San Diego Padres out of Oregon State. 33rd round back in 2008. He shoots this one back up the middle. Correa can't get it. It's a 1-out single for Robertson. And Efren Navarro coming up.
He's hit there by Robertson. It's the middle part of the field.
Robertson listed at 5'8". Chris Carter at first base at 6'4".
A little difference.
Yeah, it's kind of like Trumbo and Altuve. Big lead for Robertson. Efren getting to start this afternoon at first. 0 for 2. for a walk in the 4th inning.
Well, Tucker's working even further towards that left field line. He's almost right on the line now in the outfield.
Strike on the inside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. Effort of .200 average. He's 1 for 5 against lefty pitching this year. Speed pitch and gets Hurst back. 1-2. Foul ball.
Really sells that as far as the arm motion on his breaking ball and changeup.
One and 2. High net on deck. Robertson with a huge lead at first. Pulls a foul. Tony Sipp last pitch on Sunday against Seattle. Hitting in the 3rd in that one. Opponents hit just .202 against him. That is out to right field. Santana moving back on it. Will track it down for out number 2. Robertson back to first.
Play effort. He's hit a couple good shots the last 2 at bats. Rasmus ran down the last one. Now this one to right field. Run down by Santana.
So Iannetta will bat here with 2 outs and 1 on. Iannetta 0 for 2. Did have the sac fly in the 4th. Change up outside. Second season for Sipp with Houston. 56 games last year. Originally came up with Cleveland. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Back-to-back off-speed pitches to Iannetta.
Tony, a 45th round pick, 2004. Now 31. Another off-speed pitch. 2 balls and a strike. Two.
Be surprised if Chris sees another fastball now.
Robertson with a 1-out single, still standing at first base. Fouled off the mitt.
Away with the high changeup.
Houston Street was loosening in the pen. Just kind of watching now. Joe Smith with a 1-2-3-8. Astros have Tucker, Gaddis, and Rasmus due up in the ninth. This is out to shallow center field. Altuve going out, and that falls in for a hit. Robertson ends up at third base. Looked like Altuve maybe gave up on it, thinking that Rasmus was going to get there.
And there's no way Rasmus is going to be able to come in and make that play on that flare like Chris Iannetta. Well placed sand wedge. He's making contact on an all-speed pitch off the end of the bat. Almost looked like Altuve got fooled by that flare himself, and same thing with Rasmus.
David Freese will bat here.
I see a pitching change now.
Freese gets announced, and here comes A.J. Hinch. That means Neshek will come in. So we've got ourselves a pinch hitter as well as a new pitcher. We're in the eighth inning. The Angels with runners at the corners in a 1-1 game, and when we come back, it'll be Neshek against Freese.
Eighth, the Astros making a pitching change. Had Neshek coming in the game for the Astros, taking over for Tony Sipp. Solid again this season. This is his 31st game. ERA 2.77, 24 punch-outs in 26 innings pitched. Neshek fastball, 88-92 range. That sidearm angle he comes through. Slider and changeup. There's a lot of sliders. Runs that fastball in against right-handed batters and sliders away.
Right now, all you're looking for is just a little flare into the outfield with Robertson standing over at third base. And Iannetta at first. Robertson representing the go-ahead run. Or a breaking ball in the dirt that gets away from Castro.
Yeah.
Freese pinch hitting here for Kyle Kubica. They've been hitting .233 on the season. 0 for 1 as a pinch hitter. His career 0 for 2 against Neshek. First pitch up and in. Neshek with the Cardinals last season, 7-2 and a .79 ERA. Oakland the previous 2 seasons, 2012 and 2013. One-0. Fouled off to the right.
The Freeze got a pretty good pitch to do some damage. It was right out over the plate.
One-one. Fastball in there, 1-2. Pretty good fuzz for that type of motion. 91.
That's good movement on there also, especially upstairs.
Slider is foul tipped into the mid. Freeze strikes out to end the inning. The Angels will leave a couple of men on base. We'll head to the ninth. Still tied at 1. Their new third baseman. But before we get there, I want to remind you can fill out your 2015 Insurance MLB All-Star Game ballot now at Angels.com. Voting is exclusively online and available on your computer, tablet, and smartphone. Vote up to 35 times at Angels.com. Dan Robertson stays in the game. He's in left field. Taylor Featherston is the new third baseman. And no new pitcher. Joe Smith back out there for his second inning of work. Preston Tucker, Evan Gattis, Colby Rasmus. Ninth inning for Houston. Tucker, the left fielder, 0 for 3 today. Every outing this year for Joe Smith has been of just 1 inning. Only once has he gone multiple innings. That was on May 25th against San Diego. Ended up picking up the win. Tucker trying to leave on that swing. 2-1.
In so many games he has pitched in this year, either protecting a 1-run lead or a tie game.
That is pulled to right. It's a leadoff single. So a man on for Gattis, a DH.
Pinch runner looks like.
George Springer.
Springer with good speed. 13 stolen bases, been caught twice.
Evan Gattis 1 for 3 in his career against Joe Smith. And he was leading and they got him. How about that? A.J. Hinch will probably take a look at it. But a couple of stutter steps for Springer going to his right.
The old step off, then fire over.
Well, the Astros are going to go ahead and appeal this one and have it reviewed.
You see on this angle right here, that's tags on before the hand's on the base. There's no doubt. All right, there may be a doubt, but I wouldn't think so.
That happened last year too when Springer was a rookie right here. Wasn't it Weaver that got him? Similar type of situation.
Exactly. And a quick tag, trying to get to that back part of the base before the tag is applied.
So the play is under review. The call at first is an out. And that was quick. And he is out. A.J. Hinch is going to come out here. I wonder what he's asking here.
He may be saying maybe thought that Joe Smith might have balked, but you can't argue a balk.
Gattis with no count on him and 1 out, the base is clear. 1-0. Springer will stay in the game. More likely go to center, moving Rasmus to left. This is pulled down the line. That's a fair ball. Mike Scioscia doesn't think so. Gattis trying to go to second, and he is out at second. Terrific throw by Daniel Robertson. And now here comes A.J. Hinch. Remember, he has no challenges left. It would have to be a crew chief review.
Boy, Robertson has done some special things in outfield play. Diving for the ball. What a long, perfect throw to second base. And it looks like they are going to have a crew chief review.
Yeah, Mike Scioscia was starting to come out, and John Hirschbeck motioned to Scioscia, let him know that it is a crew chief review. That leg was up in the air. Question is, did Giovatello's tag hit that leg before the other one got in there? Oh, maybe not. Almost looked like Gattis was trying to kick at the glove.
Kind of got his cleats caught initially. That's real close.
Yeah, very close.
That cleat touched the base before the tag was applied.
So this is a crew chief review with the Astros out of challenges. But what a job by Robertson just to get to it and throw a strike to second base to even give the Angels an opportunity.
That's a long way away on that throw also.
That last camera shot that we saw makes it appear as if the spike did get down on the bag before the tag applied.
Extremely close. catching it and trying to apply the tag quickly. Giavotella. It's a matter of if he got his tagged him on the cleat before he got the foot down too, and then the tag applied to the leg. But it looks like he missed in that one.
Now, if this goes against the Angels, Mike Scioscia could challenge whether or not that ball is actually fair. In his estimation, thought that ball was foul. Scioscia looked like he was coming up the steps to argue fair foul before Robertson got the call at second base.
See if this baseball is fair down the line to begin with.
Looks like it.
Yeah, it crosses the base.
Yeah.
It's not where the ball lands. They're crossing the base because he hooked that ball right down the line.
James Hoy with the emphatic quick call.
Especially from that angle, for sure.
He is out at second.
But what a throw by Robertson. That's an outstanding throwing arm from a long way. And a good quick tag by Giavotella. This ball right down the line, hooks by the base, called fair. And then that long throw quickly to the baseball and a firm throw, one hop throw in to Giavotella to get him out at second.
So 2 singles and nobody on for the Astros with 2 outs.
See if Joe can get the conventional out right here.
That's overrated.
And outs and out?
Yeah. Rasmus 0 for 3. 1 ball, 1 strike. Halos, by the way, in the 9th. At the top of the order coming up, Giavotella, Calhoun, and Trout. Halos have stranded 11 base runners today. Hold foul. One, two. Lays off. Didn't go. Chris Carter on deck. Outside, he walked him. A 2-out walk puts a man on. Here goes Mike Scioscia. That's going to be it for Joe with Houston Street ready.
Joe didn't really look comfortable throwing that last pitch either.
Pitching change here in the 9th inning with Chris Carter coming to the plate. Man on for the Astros in a 1-1 game. And the man at first base. Houston pitching in his 29th game, 3-2 record, a 2.22 ERA. Picked up the win, his third on Monday. 4-3 victory for the Angels in the first game of this series. And Mike Scioscia looking for Houston to get this final out. With Chris Carter due up. Carter 0 for 3 on the afternoon. And in his career, 1 for 4 against Houston.
Trying to change speeds, keep the ball down and away against Carter. Avoid that inside part of the plate, especially down and in.
Rasmus, the base runner at first base. Halo's trying to get the unconventional third out. Springer came on as a pinch runner after Tucker singled to start the ninth. He got picked off by Joe Smith. Gaddis trying to stretch a single into a double, got thrown out at second. And now the walk to Rasmus. One and out. Carter being played to pull on the infield. And the outfield anchoring the walls.
Yeah, could have said they're all almost on the warning track.
One ball would strike. Back-to-back breaking balls against Carter. To the fly ball to right, he is struck out looking and grounded out to Navarro. Low throw, dug out by effort. Time is called by Rasmus. Now they want to do baseball put into play. Because the ball hit the dirt on the throw to first. I think that's the dumbest thing in the world. But you could throw a ground ball out and the ball stays in.
You can hit the dirt a number of times.
Right. Rasmus just one stolen base, has been caught once. Houston leads the league in stolen bases with 56. One game here in the ninth with 2 outs. I think Rasmus thought about taking off. They wanted appealing, didn't go. 2-1.
Really surprising the thought of the Astros even trying to steal a base when you got Chris Carter at the plate with his power. Surprised. Maybe an opportunity for Iannetta to throw him out.
2-2.
Now change a little bit around now with 2 strikes on him.
Iannetta back outside. Here's the 2-2. Jack swinging, went around. John Hirschbeck rings up Carter. And we will head to the bottom of the ninth inning. Giavotella, Calhoun, and Trout coming up for the Angels. Still in the ball game for Houston, and the Angels will have 1, 2, and 3 here in the ninth. Springer doesn't need, indeed, I should say, stay in center field, stay in the game in center. Rasmus moving over to left. Johnny Giavotella 1 for 4 game with a single in the 7th.
This is Johnny Giavotella's favorite time of the game, those big moments. He's been great at this point of the games. Clutch hitting.
One ball, one strike. Sounds like a broken record, but the Angels have had their opportunities today. 0 for 7 with men in scoring position. Left 11 base runners. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Taylor's 2 for 19 in the series with men in scoring position. 1-2 now. And Giavotella goes down swinging for the first down. Cole Calhoun steps in. Cole with a double back in the first, walked into third. 2 fly ball ins since. It's 1 for 3. No balls and 2 strikes. Cole 0 for 2 in his career against Nishak. Trout, who's on deck, is 2 for 8. Pujols 3 for 10 with 2 home runs. 0-2 pitch. Out back. Double that Cole hit back in the first inning, his 10th of the year. Seven hits for the Angels and 6 for Houston. One ball, 2 strikes.
Trying to sneak that fastball inside. Didn't miss by a lot.
Neshek's delivery uniform, you could drop him in the late 1800s playing baseball and he would fit right in, wouldn't he?
No question. Really difficult to be able to pick up the baseball out of his hand with all that movement.
And that one is foul tipped into the mitt. Back-to-back strikeouts. Matter of fact, Neshek has faced 3 batters. He has struck out all 3. And with nobody on and 2 down, here's Trout.
Back to July 4th against the Astros with the base load against Tony Sipp. Walk-off piece for Mike Trout. And we see that once again here. Walk-off big fly for Trout. He's not hit a home run since June 12th. He's due.
Yep, 0 for 2 today with a couple strikeouts, hit by a pitch and a walk. Fastball in for a strike. Evens up the count. One now. Inside. 2 balls, 1 strike.
If we come back inside with the fastball. The first pitch was a fastball inside. At the knees and in. Couple pitches away. Especially knowing that Pujols is on deck.
That is line to center. Springer comes in. We will go to the 10th. A little free baseball here this afternoon. It is a nice day.
Gorgeous day.
Houston straight back out of the mound. He struck out Chris Carter to finish off the 9th inning. And he'll face Valbuena, Santana, and Castro here in the 10th. That's the bottom third of the order for Houston. Valbuena with a couple of more hits today. 2 for 3 with a couple of singles. 1 ball, no strikes. Valbuena slightly out in front of that one. Davis account at 1-1. Trying to turn and burn on an inside pitch. One on the way. Outside off speed.
Yeah, usually that's what you try to do when you see a batter do that. The pitch on the inner half go change up, down, and away. That was elevated and off the plate.
Valbuena came over from the Cubs along with Dan Straley in exchange for Dexter Fowler. Three and one. Domingo Santana on deck. A nice pitch in on the hands.
Especially after a couple off-speed pitches. That fastball at 89 looks like it's 94, 95.
Three-two on the way from Houston. Valbuena spoils it, fouls it off. Valbuena takes the walk. So the leadoff man on board to start the 10th. Santana coming to the plate. Marwin Gonzalez pinch running for Valbuena. Santana, the right fielder, 0 for 3. A couple of fly ball outs and a strikeout.
Gonzalez with 2 stolen bases, caught once.
Luke Gregerson and Josh Fields getting ready. First one outside. Santana, long look down at Gary Pettis, the Astros third base coach. Lead off walk. Gonzalez pitch running at first. 1 ball with strike. The Astros with just 10 sacrifices this year. Jason Castro on deck, left-hand hitting catcher. 1-1. Now a push bunt foul. The last second deciding to drop it down.
Looked like he did that on his own. It's judging the way Gonzalez took his lead at first base.
Andrew Heaney and Lance McCullers started this game. They both went 6 innings, threw the ball well. Santana goes down swinging for out number 1.
Nice changeup from Houston. Get a swing and miss. Wonder if Gonzalez will be going early in the count here to try to steal second base.
Castro for 3, double play ball, a strikeout and a line out. Gonzalez took a huge jump from first. The throw down to second is in time. Gonzalez says he got the hand back on the bag. He beat the throw and then came off the bag. And now the crew chief, John Hirschbeck, is going to review this one. Because again, the Astros are out of challenges. Gonzalez had a huge jump from first, so it appeared.
Yeah, thought he might be going first pitch. Definitely going by the base.
Tough to tell there.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, but there's got to be another angle here. He got his fingers back in. The call was out at second.
Well, the question is, did he tag him right there?
Yeah, it looked like his foot moved, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Looked like the tag is on the foot. He looks like he's out anyhow.
Yeah.
And he's out, looks like he's out there also. See if he got his foot here. Now the hand is on the base at that point, though. Now he's off the base, and then the foot, he's tagging the foot, and you see the movement on his back foot. And let's see right here. There's a tag. Now he's still got the glove on the foot.
Hands off.
Hands off.
Yeah.
I mean, he's out. He's out. This shouldn't take too long.
Third review we've had in the last inning plus.
Hand beats there, but then the tag is applied, and he's got the glove right on the foot, and he's off the base. I mean, he's got to be out.
Headsets are off, and he is out at second. 2 down. Bases are clear now for Jason Castro. Castro's 0 for 3. Double play ball, a strikeout, and a line out. Went around 0-2. The pitch in which Gonzalez was caught stealing on was a strike. Castro. James Hoy rings up the second one. Halos in the bottom of the 10th have Pujols, Ibar, and Robertson. Number foul.
More likely to see Fields come in the game for the Astros. It stays tied.
Matchup of what we saw 2 nights ago with Albert Pujols. Hit his second home run of the night. "19 pitches thrown by Houston. At the last out of the 9th. Trying to finish off the 10th. Called strike 3. Got him looking. Down goes Castro, will head to the bottom of the inning. 10-1. The Eagles have Pujols, Ibar, and Robertson due up here in the 10th inning. Josh Fields takes over. He'll have a new third baseman as Marlon Gonzalez stays in the game. Pitch ran for Luis Valbuena and then was caught stealing. His 23rd game for Fields, the fireballer with a 2-1 record at 2.18 ERA.
Yeah, he's having an outstanding season. 93-97 fastball, slider, curveball, changeup.
Albert today 0 for 3. Breaking ball, first pitch.
I remember doing the opening way back in the early part of the day. The kids were asking who they were excited to see. Albert Pujols. See if he can thrill them.
Breaking ball is popped up. Shallow left. Correa, the shortstop, puts it away for the first down. One out, nobody on for Eric Ibar. Ibar 2 for 4 with a couple of singles, 2 punch outs. Six hits for Houston, 7 for the Angels. Halos 1-3 in extra inning games this year. Back off the middle, hits Fields, ricochets to Carter. 2 outs.
Right away, he waved into the dugout, said he was fine. One hopper off his body, right over to Carter for a 1-3 put out.
Fernando Salas getting ready. If the Angels don't win it here in the 10th, he will pitch in the 11th. Houston Street has gone an inning and a third. Robertson, pinch hitting in the 8th inning, had a single up the middle. Eventually ended up at third base and was stranded there. Free struck out there in the 8th.
And a great throw from left field. Throw at Gaddis at second.
What the delay is here, John Hirschbeck talking with Jason Castro. Oh, 2. Sixth extra inning game for Houston. They are 3-2. Astros at the top of their order coming up in the 11th. Robertson fouls it off to the right. Oh, 2 on the way. Down and looking. The Angels go down in order. We head to the 11th, tied at 1. Mound. Fernando pitching in his 34th game, 1-1 marking a 4.71 ERA. He pitched last night, gave up 2 runs, 1 earned on 3 hits and a couple of strikeouts. He's going to face the top of the order here. Altuve, Correa, and Springer due up for the Astros.
And a very difficult part of the order for the Astros coming up against Fernando.
Springer's yet to have a plate appearance. He was a pinch runner in the 9th inning, and it was picked off by Joe Smith. Jose Altuve 1 for 4 with a single, a stolen base, and a run scored in the 6th. Battle of bullpens, and the Astros have a very good bullpen. Pen ERA of 2.65 coming into today. Second best in the American League. 1 ball and strike now. Featherston playing just about even with the bag at third and toward the line with Altuve up. 2-1. Angels bullpen this year with a 3.45 ERA. Two. Got a scoreless 7th inning. Joe Smith with an inning and 2/3, second longest outing of the season. Allowed 2 hits and 1 walk, no runs, and then Street an inning and a 1/3 himself. Houston with 3 punch outs, 1 walk. The pitch in on the hands, and the count remains at 2-2.
Still good velo for Fernando, getting that fastball in at 91. And if you're going to go inside, you got to make sure you're in on the hands. He's very good and very quick on elevated fastballs inside.
Full count. Andrew Heaney made his Angels debut today, went 6 innings, allowed a run on 4 hits, 5 strikeouts, 1 walk, and it was an intentional one. Lance McCullers allowed a run in his 6 innings for Houston. 6 strikeouts, 3 walks. 3-2 now. Jose shoots one out to right. Cole moving back on it is there, dealing with that sunshine, and will make the catch. 1 out.
He had a battle to catch that one.
We'll bring up Carlos Correa, the shortstop, is 1 for 4. Doubled home the run in the 6th inning to tie this game up at 1. So if there's anybody to blame, it's Carlos Correa.
It is.
Because otherwise it's a win and everyone's driving home safely. But he did it, and that's why we play on here in the 11th.
Good sequence so far. Slider on the outside corner, followed by a 92-mile-an-hour fastball outside. See if you get him to chase the slider off the plate and down.
Oh, 2. That's down low. The Angels in the bottom of the 9th, they're part of the bottom of the 11th. Wishful thinking on my part that was over with in the 9th. Had the bottom 1/3 of their order coming up. Correa skies one out to right center. Trout moving to his left, falls off Calhoun. 2 outs. That is at Navarro, Iannetta, and Featherston. 2 up. So here's Springer for his first plate appearance. 274 average, 12 home runs, 26 runs batted in. Trying to leave, comes up empty, and it's an 0-1 count. Oh, 2.
Pulled off on that slider away. Way ahead of the count. Make him swing at your pitch off the plate.
And he struck him out. A 1-2-3 inning for Salas. We head to the bottom of the 11th. Still a 1-1 game. Up here in the 11th inning to face Josh Fields, his second inning of work. As a matter of fact, the bullpen between Shields and Neshek has retired the last 7 straight since the single by Chris Iannetta. With runners at first and third and 2 outs in the 8th inning, but Halos haven't been able to do anything since then. Effort of Varl has hit the ball hard a couple of times, but nothing to show for it. A 0-for-3 game. Also picked up a walk back in the 4th inning.
Especially his last 2 at-bats. Ball very well. Another good swing there.
Breaking ball lifted out to left center. Not very deep. 1 out. So it'll bring up Chris Iannetta. It's 1-for-3 game with that single in the 8th. Also had a sac fly in the 4th. Last 19 and a third innings, the Angels have scored a total of 4 runs. And today a boatload of base runners too.
They have left 11 on.
4 walks and 7 hits. And swings through that one, 1-1. 2-1 pitch from Fields. Challenger with a fastball. Chris comes up empty, 2-2. Featherston on deck. Should this game continue, figure Salas will come back down for the 12th. Quick 11th inning. Full count. Three-two now. And there's ball 4. So a man on with 1 out.
See if Taylor can thrill family back home in Houston from the Houston area. 4 for 42. Does have a home run. That home run in Arizona.
The Angels don't have a pinch runner. Normally you pinch run here. Winning run at first base. Those fouls it back. The Angels have used everybody that's available to them, unless you go to a starting pitcher or something to that effect. Featherston 4 for 42. Has a home run, 3 RBIs, also a couple of doubles. First plate appearance for him as he took over defensively in the 9th inning at third base. 0-2. Top of the order, Johnny Giavatello on deck.
Trying to climb the ladder again with a 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
Former Rule 5 selection facing a current Rule 5 selection. Fields against Featherston. Breaking ball upstairs. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Iannetta standing at first base, drawing the 1-out walk. Foul back. Borderline pitch, had to protect the 2 strikes.
A lot of room down that left field line.
This one will find its place in the seats. Still a 2-2. Off day tomorrow for the Angels. Seattle rolls into town for 3 beginning Friday night. Trying to pick up the series win here today. Won Monday, lost last night. Trying to pick up that game that they gave back last night. Full count.
I'm thinking that Mike Scioscia's going to be sending Iannetta here in a 3-2 count with 1 out, even though Fields is a strikeout pitcher against a youngster like Featherston.
Foul back. He hasn't been able to throw a breaking ball last several have missed for Fields. Good live fastball. Next pitch will be his 25th. Struck him out. 2 outs.
Chased the pitch out of the strike zone too, though. Johnny Patel back on May 6th. In Seattle, the walk-off hit, scoring Uragaibar. Chance to do it again here today.
At 25 pitches, looks like A.J. Hinch is going to go to the bullpen here. Kind of an odd time to go to the pen, the way Fields has been thrown, but we will step away in a 1-1 game here in the 11th. Outs and a man at first base. He goes to his closer, Luke Gregerson, here to face Johnny Giavotella. Leadoff man. Johnny 1 for 5 today with a single back in the 7th. 30th game. 2-1 record, 17 saves. Closed down 25 games for the Astros.
Fastballs 87-92, slider, changeup. Used to throw a lot more sliders, more fastballs this year for Gregerson.
Other thing I could think is that didn't like the matchup with Giavotella being a good high fastball hitter against Fields. First breaking ball in for a strike.
And Gregerson has allowed just 1 earned run in 17 2/3 innings pitched in his career versus the Angels. Now in his 18th game versus the Angels.
No balls and 2 strikes. Calhoun on deck. Giavotella almost looking breaking ball here with 2 strikes, right?
That's what you have to do, to think in terms of you hitting that ball the other way. I'd be real surprised at this point if you throw him a fastball.
Outfield again, very shallow all the way around. Now the 1-2. Breaking ball lifted to right center. It's playable. Not very deep. Springer comes in and we trudge on to the 12th. Tied at 1.
Astros tied at 1. I'm Patrick O'Neill. Well, the rumor of the bagpiping demise has been greatly exaggerated. We found Ben, the bagpiper, blowing these pipes over there for the last few innings. He said, get him up here and get the Angels a win. Something inspiring to hopefully end this game quite soon. So, Victor and Mark, I know you want to know about what's under the kilt. And I got to tell you, it's breezy out here, but I have not been able to find out the answer to that.
Actually, Patrick, I'm not. I'm trying to figure out where in the heck you found a bagpiper in Southern California in the middle of the afternoon.
My Irish roots, they follow me around.
Nice. I'm thinking Braveheart, little William Wallace.
Yeah. I like it. Where'd that come from? Under the kilt thing. What is wrong with you, man? Evan Gattis, Colby Rasmus, and Chris Gardner here in the 12th inning. 1 ball, 1 strike. Salas a 1-2-3 11th back after his second inning of work. They all right back there?
I think they're okay.
Coughed up a lung. Must have been the bagpipes. Gattis 1 for 3. Singled his last time up, tried to stretch it into a double in the 9th inning, and Robertson threw him out. One, 2. Outside, 2 balls and 2 strikes. At one point there was just over 33,000. A lot of kids here. They're now getting ready for bed. A 1-1 game. The Angels scored at the 4th. Astros tied at the 6th. Down goes Gattis. 1 out. Here comes Mike Scioscia to play matchup. Rasmus due up. That's going to be it for Salas. Pitching change. We're in the 12th inning. It is a 1-1 game.
Solid job by Fernando.
With 1 out, nobody on. Alvarez pitched last night. Ended up throwing a total of 26 pitches, giving up 2 runs on 3 hits. He pitched the 9th inning. He's going to face Rasmus and then Carter. Rasmus got the start at center, now playing left. Springer taking over in center field. Rasmus 0 for 3, did draw a walk in the 9th.
See by that swing once again from Rasmus. Looking for something on the inner half of the plate. Pulling off the baseball when it's away.
Angels might be in a little trouble from a depth standpoint in the pen now. We'll see how it goes, but Bedrosian threw an inning and 2/3 last night. Ramos threw 2 innings last night. That's all that's left in the pen. 0-2 pitch outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Now Matt Shoemaker, who was scheduled originally, we thought was going to be starting, threw a bullpen today. So more than likely he threw enough down there just to iron out some mechanical issues. But he would certainly be unavailable. We've seen him in the past go down to the bullpen. He won't be available either today.
One, 2. Called strike 3. Down goes Rasmus, 2 outs.
Had to set off the outside part of the plate. Keeps the glove there. Gets the call. No movement in the mitts to frame that one.
Carter 0 for 4. Couple of strikeouts. Halos in the bottom of the 12th have Calhoun, Trout, and Pujols coming up. Gregerson on the mound. Shoemaker was scheduled to start today's game, got pushed back. The Angels made the determination to give him some extra work between starts. Andrew Heaney got the start instead today, went 6 innings, giving up a run. His debut as an Angel after being acquired in the offseason in exchange for Howie Kendrick. Good start for Andrew.
A real good command in the strike zone. All 3 pitches worked very well for him.
Three-1. Full count. This was fouled off into the seats.
Another changeup.
That's awesome. She wins.
Excited about it.
2 guys were going after the ball, and she comes down with the baseball. Let's call it a day. Carter skies one on the right side. Effort Navarro calling for it. So we head to the bottom of the 12th here at the Big A. The Angels, Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, and Albert Pujols coming up to face Luke Gregerson. Out of the mound, he got Johnny Giavotella hit a fly ball to shallow center to finish off the 11th. And now he'll face the heart of the Angels order here. Cole Calhoun, Mike Trout, and Albert Pujols. Closer for the Astros. Non-save situation. But, trying to keep this a tie game to get it to the 13th for Houston. Both teams have used 5 relievers. Cole Calhoun 0 for 1 in his career against Gregerson. He's 1 for 4 today with a double. That double back in the first inning. Chopper off the plate, right side. Gregerson off the mound, flips it over to first. They retire Cole for the first down.
That was well played by Gregerson. It's the only play you're going to have is him fielding the ball and quickly get rid of the baseball. Shovel pass to first base. Off the mound quickly. Fields it in a quick shovel pass to get Calhoun at first base.
First one to Trout. In there for a strike. Trout 2 for 7 against Gregerson. That is yanked over to third. Marvin Gonzalez has it. 2 outs. That was a rocket.
I would have got down there in the corner, left field in a second. It's a difficult play because top hand swing. Able to catch that in the air. We'll shift back on for Pujols.
Albert 0 for 4 with a walk. Slided low. Albert 3 for 8 against Gregerson. Hanger. He takes it for a strike, and it's 1-1.
Well, he got away with a hanging break ball. You mentioned that, Victor. That is the zone where Pujols crushes it.
Two balls and a strike. The Angels have had 1 base runner over the last 4 innings, 3+ innings. That was the walk Dianetta with 1 out last inning. Overall, they've stranded 12 today. Two-one pitch. Breaking ball high. 3 balls, 1 strike. It's a high bar on deck.
I don't believe if anything's even close to the plate against Pujols right now, he's going to be swinging extremely hard at this baseball.
This is pulled over to third. Gonzalez has it. And we keep on playing here at the Big A. Lucky 13 coming up next. It'll still 1-1. Harper is back out on the mound. He got the last 2 outs of the 12th, and he's scheduled to face Gonzalez, Santana, and Castro here in the 13th. Marvin Gonzalez, first plate appearance for him. Took over as a pinch runner. And had 2 hard-hit baseballs at him by Trout and Pujols. Nice job fielding them both. Switch hitting middle infielder, playing some third base as well. 238 from the right side, 263. Gonzalez shoots one out to right field. It's a leadoff single. And Domingo Santana will come to the plate now.
Last time up did not square around the bunt, although he tried to bunt on his own later in the at bat. Wonder if he's going to be asked to bunt right now.
Not bunting, and he fouls this one back. 0 for 4 in this game. A couple of fly ball outs, 2 strikeouts. Caught the inside corner. Castro, the catcher, on deck. Oh, he jammed a slow roller to second base. They go to second and they force out Gonzalez for the first out. Santana reaches on the fielder's choice. Now you got to pay attention to him. Decent speed.
Knowing you're not going to be able to turn a double play, the important thing was getting that lead runner at second base for Giavitello and Eric Ibar.
Castro's had an 0 for 4 game with a couple of strikeouts himself, batting in the 9th spot in the order. Leadoff man Jose Altuve on deck. Halos in the bottom of the inning have Ibar, Robertson, and Navarro due up. Looks like the Astros do have some action in their bullpen. Former Ranger Joe Thatcher getting ready. Oh, 2 outside. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Santana over at first base. There's the 1-2. Just off the plate. 2 balls and 2 strikes. 13th inning here at the Big A.
Alvarez looking for that ground ball double play.
Astros making some base running blunders in the 9th. Pick off, and Gattis getting thrown out, trying to stretch it into a doubles. This one's lifted out to center. Trout will make the catch. 2 outs.
And quickly knowing that the Astros are aggressive, Santana went right back to the base to tag up.
So Jose Altuve coming to the plate now is 1 for 5 with a single and a run scored in the 6th. Alvarez 22 pitches, 16 for strikes. Heels of the 26 he pitched last night. Hold 1. Haney for 6, Gott for 1, Smith for an inning and 2/3, Street for an inning and a 1/3, Salas for an inning and a 1/3. And now Alvarez trying to finish up an inning and 2/3. Outfield very, very deep with 2 outs. Especially Robertson in left, Trout at center.
Calhoun a little bit in and right because of Altuve hitting the ball that way, especially with being pitched away.
Ground ball to short. Ibar comes in, flips it to Giavatello. They force out Santana for the 3rd out. Right to the bottom of the 13th, still tied at 1. On in relief for the Houston Astros, the 6th reliever used by A.J. Hinch is scheduled to face Ibar, Robertson, and Navarro. Joe's done a nice job for Houston. 1-1 with a 1.76 ERA.
The big thing for Joe has always been his command of the strike zone. Fastball not overpowering, 85 to 88 range, and good slider.
Eric Ibar with a couple of hits today, 2 for 5 to be exact. Corner infielder's in. A bunt. And a butted foul behind Castro. 0-1 count. This situation will force Carter to field the baseball. Gonzalez, pretty good fielder at the 3rd. Chad Quall's getting ready. Astros have two guys left in their pen, Qualls and Roberto Hernandez. Roberto Hernandez has been a starter this year, and he pitched last night, went 1 inning.
Yeah, it's not easy to bounce back like that and pitch back-to-back days when you've been a starter. Now it has to come out of the bullpen.
Back up the middle, leadoff man is on board. Good piece of hitting by Ivar. 3-hit game for Eric. We'll bring up Robertson. Figure a sacrifice situation with Navarro on deck. Looks like AJ Hinch thinking the same thing.
That's why he's leaving Thatcher in there, especially with Navarro on deck.
Gonzalez, a third baseman, in on the grass already. Carter, of course, has to hold Ivar. Robertson 1 for 2 with a single and a strikeout. Takes a strike.
Robertson did that nice job in game 1. Safety squeeze, got the bunt down and forced Chris Carter to the field that baseball. And a low throw to the plate results in the winning run.
One ball, one strike.
And ideally here for Robertson, you want Chris Carter to the field to bunt. A difficult throw for him to throw to second base. As compared to Gonzalez at third.
One ball, one strike. Ivar with a leadoff single to start this 13th inning. Big lead for him over at first. Robertson a push ball on the first base side and a good one. Forces Carter to go to first, and he almost throws it away. Nice play by Altuve. Ivar advances into scoring position. He's the winning run, and Navarro will get an opportunity.
Nice job by Daniel Robertson once again, getting that bunt down and forcing Carter to field it. Well, the pitching coach going to go out and talk strategy. Thatcher in the infield.
Navarro grounds on a second. Altuve has it. 2 outs after jumping on that first pitch. And now we're going to get a pitching change here with Iannetta coming up. And Chad Qualls is going to be called upon, so it appears. Yep. There's the move to face Chris Iannetta with the winning run standing at third base. Pitching change. We're in the 13th. Tied at 1. at the quarterfinals as China squares off against Alex Morgan and Team USA in a win-or-go-home matchup for both teams. Coverage begins at 4 p.m. Pacific on your local Fox station, and catch the whole tournament streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Chad Qualls, the veteran, takes over on the mound here with 2 outs. The winning run standing at third base. And the shadows crept over the home plate area, so a little bit more difficult for Chris Iannetta, who will face Qualls. This is his 29th game, a 1-4 record, and a 5.11 ERA.
Yeah, we told you before, he has struggled against the Angels. Career ERA rated 9. 14 innings pitched, 14 earned runs. Just one wild pitch this year. This year alone, Qualls is 0-2 with a 13.50 ERA.
Iannetta swinging first pitch on a slider out of the zone. And it's an 0-1 count. Chris 1 for 3. Sac fly on the 4th, a walk in the 11th, a single in the 8th. They said he balked. The whole dugout for the Angels went crazy, and nobody saw it except for the Angels.
Yeah, he moved his body. He moved his front part of his body. Everyone saw that from the bench because of the movement. There's a great angle for the guys in the bench to see that.
0-2 count now on Iannetta. Outside.
And Alfredo came running down out of the first base coach's box.
And he's having a discussion with Bill Welke. I don't know what Welke's argument could be. Basically, he didn't see it. Two balls, 2 strikes.
That's a pretty close pitch.
Castro back outside. Here's a 2-2. Foul. So we'll reset it, do it again.
A lot of breaking pitches from Qualls to Iannetta. Most difficult pitch to see as a hitter with the shadows in play.
Got a fastball there, and that is shot into the seats. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Winning run standing at third. Full count. And it's Featherston on deck. There's a 3-2. Iannetta fouls it off.
And another breaking ball. Calls the runner at third base, not throwing that really sharp one that goes into dirt. Try to get a swing and miss.
Another 3-2. Fastball, and he walked him. They wanted to appeal at first, and did not go. So here's Featherston. 0 for 1 with a strikeout. Iannetta takes off. His run doesn't mean anything as Featherston cuts through the slider.
Featherston had his first major league home run on that past road trip. An opportunity to get his first major league walk-off hit.
A 1. Downstairs. There's a flare over the head of Carter. Light that baby up as Eric Guybar scores the winning run. 2-1 Angels.
Just like that for Featherston. What a good time he's had of late. That first major league home run. Now his first major league walk-off base hit. That rocket to right field to win the game for Taylor Featherston. Just trying to make contact. Little spinning breaking ball is around thigh high. Just went with the pitch. Flared it in the left, in the right field for the walk-off hit for Taylor Featherston.
And with Carter playing in, it's just a perfectly placed shot by Featherston. And I use shot in quotation marks, but it'll work. It's a line drive in the box score.
An absolute missile.
The Angels pick up the victory here in 13 innings. It took a while. And the
great job by the bullpen, by the way. 7 shutout innings.
Yeah, first hit for the Angels today with a man in scoring position and in grand fashion, too.
Perfect timing.
Perfect timing, no question about that. 2-1 the final. Nice job by the bullpen, as you pointed out. And Taylor Featherston, the hero in this one. Let's go down to Alex Curry.
Taylor, your first career walk-off. Has to come along with a Gatorade shower, but put this feeling into words right now.
Oh, unbelievable, you know, just, I don't even know, 13th inning, just trying to, you know, make some solid contact and get out of here with a win, and that's what we did. Oh, no.
Well-deserved, and after 13 innings, you guys got it done. What was the key is staying in this and finally taking this series?
Oh, you know, I mean, we knew it was going to happen, just who was going to get it done. And, you know, got a man on base early and got him in a scoring position, and good things happen. So we'll take it.
Andrew Heaney making an impressive Angels debut, the bullpen keeping you guys in this. How much was that the winner in this game?
Oh, unbelievable. For him to make his debut and throw 1 run is that's all you can ask for. So the pitching staff kept us in it, and took a little while, but we got it done.
Congratulations on a great win and your first career walk-off.
Thank you very much.
Big win for the Halos here, taking this series against the Astros and gaining some serious ground in the AL West. But stick around, because coming up next is Angels Live with Patrick O'Neill and Jose Mota.